don't do that. Come on. Focus. Hey. Let's just wait for everybody to get in here. As per usual. As per usual. Hello, everybody. Don't everybody just rush on in at once. Don't everybody just shuck on in at the same time. Come on now. Wow. Well, while I'm waiting on people to actually show up, I might as well check on a few things. Let's see here. Yeah, do do ba do ba do 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 do. Where the heck are all of you? I need a black light sign. And do do do. And do do do. Do 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 do. And do you? Do 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 do. Hello, Ben. Hello, Nicholas. We're just waiting on everybody to get in. Hey, I'm gonna keep that open for later. While we wait, I was just doing some shopping. Yeah, I have a gift that a friend gave me, and it's a big cloth Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles banner. And I haven't figured out where I want to hang it yet. I haven't decided if I want to hang it over my TV over there, or if I want to hang it above the shelves over there behind my head there, or if I want to hang it back there above the door back there. I haven't made up my mind. But what I am thinking about doing is having another 7's Arcade sign made, but this time I want it to be blacklight, LED blacklight. So I was just checking in. Apparently there's a company here in town that custom designs signs. And I mean, this is not something I'm going to be able to do anytime soon because we're saving up for 8th table. But I was looking to see how much it would cost. I'm going to reach out to them and say, hey, can you make it in UV, like UV light? So that the shine of it doesn't interfere with the other black lights in the room. Hi, Blaze. Thoughts on EA canceling a Black Panther game? Considering some of the people that were involved with it, that doesn't surprise me. But I would imagine, it also had to do with how much interest there was in such a game. And after Wakanda Forever, interest in a Black Panther single-player game was probably fairly low. So, I kind of get it. I'm not happy about it because I was wanting to play a good Black Panther game, but I get it. With the economy the way it is, some of these companies are having to be more picky and choosy. Absolutely. That's just the way it is. Bunch of birdies. I can hear the birdies. Oh, I can hear the birdies. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Hey, AKL Max. How's it going, AKL Max? Ugh. What are the worst types of so-called gaming journalism? Anything that's not in a magazine. If it's online, pretty much it's bad gaming journalism. I had a long week, so I apologize, but I didn't bother shaving for the show today. It has been a bad week. And unfortunately, when I don't shave, it makes me look a lot older because a lot of my gray shows up. But I don't care. I don't care. It matters not to me. No, no. We had a very bad weather week in Texas. And fortunately, pretty much the same thing happened every day of the week. There was a massive squall line going west to east or west to southeast down this way. Or I should, down this way, like this. Starting on the west coast of Texas and then just going west to southeast down across the state, one big line. And it did form some tornadoes, but mostly on the west side. But every time that it would get close to my town, the clouds would split apart like this, and it would just kind of go around my town and then reform on the other side and keep going. Happened every time last week. So now I kind of understand why all of my neighbors and whatnot were so shocked by Temple getting hit a year ago with a tornado and other things, because it just doesn't seem to happen very much here. The clouds just kind of go around it. Happened several times in a row this week. And then as it kept on going southeast, it hit where I used to live in the Cedar Park outside of Austin area and just pummeled the crap out of that whole area with hail and microburst winds that were blowing trees down and stuff. They had basically hurricane conditions down there for a good solid hour or so, and it did quite a bit of damage. It's crazy weather in Texas, man. Crazy weather. Not even had a hurricane this year or a tropical storm, but we can end up with the same results just from straight line winds of a squall coming down the line. Crazy. Anyway, it's Saturday. It's 6 o'clock, May 31st, 2025. And this is the 7th Cast. As always, I'm your venerable host, your friendly neighborhood 7th. 8th is upstairs playing the new Elden Ring multiplayer thing. One of his friends gifted it to him so they could play together online. So that's what's going on up there. He's been playing it all day. I, on the other hand, have not. Not me. Hi, Fat Joe. Do you think game developers should stop giving their games for early reviews to sites such as IGN, GameSpot, and other? IGN, GameSpot, I don't mind. But the Kotakus, the Polygons, some of those sites don't deserve them. Don't deserve them. But, that being said, while 8th has been playing this new Elden Ring multiplayer thing, I had pre-ordered the physical edition of this. Now, I am not a fan of the Power Rangers. I was 17 when the Power Rangers first hit afternoon TV. I was past the point of caring about something like this. If this had come out in 84, when I was so big into Voltron, I would have ate this up. But it didn't. It came out in like 91, 92. I was 17. I was heading towards being a senior in high school. I couldn't have given less of a crap about this. However, I am a fan of retro-style beat-em-ups. And so I decided, it's only $50. I'm going to pre-order it. So a year ago or so, I pre-ordered this thing, however long ago it was, and I've been sitting there waiting on it. Well, it finally showed up. And so you have your physical box, which has the physical disc, which is in the PS5 right now. And it came in this nice little multicolor reflective box. Nifty, nifty. And here's everything that came with it. If I can get it all out of here. So it came with a poster. If I get this poster unraveled here. Came with this poster. Which I am just going to put right back in the box and not hang up because I'm not a fan of the Power Rangers. It came with this little pack of cards, which well, what do I care, right? What do I care? Let's see who we got here. All right, we got Blue Ranger. We got Black Ranger. We got Pink Ranger. We got Red Ranger. We got Yellow Ranger. And we got Green Ranger. No real surprises there, right? No real surprises there. Then we have this kind of lenticular postcard kind of thing that simulates some movement when you do it this way. It gives a kind of quasi 3D thing. Came with that. And then the big selling point, it came with a steel book. Now here's the problem. Okay? Now it's got Green Ranger or whoever's knife on the back. Right? Nice case, right? Somebody tell me who thought this was a good idea. You notice anything strange about this steelbook? Anything missing in this general area about the size of a nipple? Yeah, there's nowhere to put the disc. There's no prong to mount the disc. You can't store the disc in the steelbook disc storage case. Who thought of this crap? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It makes me wonder if it was a manufacturing error, because I can't think of anyone being stupid enough to do this on purpose. You telling me you sold a steelbook as an incentive for getting the premium edition, and this steelbook was only for holding your 6 little worthless collector cards and a postcard? That's what this is for? You don't need it to hold the disc? Why? 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 This is what bothers me nowadays about buying these special editions. Because you never know if what you get is going to live up to the hype. Not that I was all that hyped for this to begin with. But how stupid do you have to be to make a disc storage case that has no way of storing the disc in it? Who's the Emmy Award winner they have on staff there that thought of this crap? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. That's one of the dumbest things I have ever seen manufacturing-wise out of one of these game companies. And this, obviously this is not some big company. This was made by the company that now calls itself Atari. It's not the original Atari. And a company called Digital Eclipse. Not familiar with them. I can tell you one thing. They got somebody in R&D that's dumber than a bag of dirt. I'll tell you that much. Anyway. Oh, camera, don't start this crap again, camera. Come on. Come on, camera. Camera. Time to sober up. It's time for the show, camera. Hello. Focus, camera. I'm going to have to get me another camera because this Logitech Brio is a piece of crap. It loses focus all the time now. It didn't used to do this shit, and now it does. Come on. Unbelievable. And it doesn't have a manual focus. I can't go in and adjust the focus. I have to wait for it to fix itself. And see, even when I'm standing absolutely still and not making any kind of motion, it still can't focus its damn self. Come on. Thank you. Stupid ass camera. Anyway. Crazy weather in southern Indiana, too. I don't doubt it. What have you been playing lately? Looking forward to Death Stranding 2. I never played Death Stranding. Well, I've played a little bit of Death Stranding 1 a few weeks ago, but I haven't finished it. Hello, 7th. Should we continue the names again from last? I don't think so. Traded in God of War Ragnarok Platinum. It was a little more boring compared to God of War. Okay. Thoughts on Kevin Nash's TNA career? I don't watch TNA, never have. Sony is doing steelbook cases like that now. Ghost of Yotai has it, no disc. What is the point of a steelbook where you can't put the disc in it? I don't understand. I don't understand. Because it's not like this was a digital game. It's physical. It's on a disc. You know, you get the steelbook to have something fancier to hold the disc on the shelf. I'm certainly not going to put that on display on my game shelf. Why would I? It can't hold a disc. Logitech, the best a man can get. The best a man at my salary can get. I'd love to have something nicer. I'd love to have something nicer. It's got a nice quality picture to it that is not as framey as this thing is. This thing's supposed to be able to do 60 frames per second. Do I look like I'm at 60 frames per second? No. Even if I'm recording with it, it's not 60 frames per second. So I put some time into this Power Ranger game, about 2 hours. Maybe not even that much. No, it wasn't even that much. And structurally, it's kind of similar to Shredder's Revenge. It does have some other types of levels to break up the monotony. There's these almost Space Harrier-ish 3D levels where you're controlling your Megazord and your dinosaur or whatever, and you're running through shooting stuff. Then you have the boss fights where you form your full, Voltron-ish robot, and it plays almost like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, because you have to learn their tails. The monster you're fighting, you have to learn their tails for when they're going to attack and what kind of attacks they're going to do. Dodge those, and then you punch them, and you eventually build up these 2 meters. And when those meters are full, then you're able to form your sword and kill the beast, the monster. It's not all that great. The gameplay itself, it doesn't feel quite as responsive as Shredder's Revenge. And it doesn't feel like there's as many moves that you can do as in Shredder's Revenge. It also feels like there's fewer enemy types than in Shredder's Revenge. So overall, what I'm telling you is that Shredder's Revenge is better than this game. It's not a bad beat-em-up, but it's not like an overly fantastic one like some people would lead you to believe. These are the people that think this is the greatest beat 'em up ever are just diehard Power Ranger fans that are just excited that they can see Bulk and Skull in a video game. Now, as I was playing through this, I didn't put it down because of it not being good. I didn't put it down because it was getting repetitious. I didn't even put it down because there was something else that I would rather play. I put it down because my right hand that I pressed the combat buttons with started to cramp up and hurt so bad that I couldn't continue. This is something that's been happening more and more lately. Any game that requires a lot of repeat button mashing or, complicated using multiple button things repetitiously, like a first-person shooter or a beat-em-up, arcade-type games. I can't play them for more than 20, 30 minutes at a time because this hand starts to cramp up and doesn't want to function. It just starts to hurt really bad. And so when I do sit down to play a game for a long duration nowadays, it's usually a role-playing type game because those don't hurt me. Whereas I can't, I can get up at that arcade cabinet and I can tap, buttons like this and work the joystick, no problem. But with a controller in my hand, holding it like that and doing the triggers. And this hand, my right hand, this one's my left hand, this is my right hand. I'm looking at a reflection of myself. But this hand starts to hurt too bad. I can't play like I used to. And that's one of the things that some of y'all eventually are going to have to deal with when you get to be my age. Not all of you, but certainly those of you who use your hands a lot in the function of your job, like me, who is on the keyboard and mouse all day. It is taking its toll, and it doesn't seem to be affecting my picking and guitar, but it does affect my soloing. I can't do fast solos anymore. I'm losing the dexterity, and my hands start to cramp up. When I record songs, I have to record them in segments. I can't play it all the way through because my hands start to hurt. They start to hurt too bad. That's why it takes me so long to finish a song nowadays. Used to, I could finish this whole song, start to finish and mixing in a single day. Now I might get one guitar track done in a single day. I didn't play Alien Isolation. I consider it a survival horror, stuff jumping at you game. Those don't really do anything for me. What would be your dream vacation place? Probably Japan. Probably Japan. Although, to be honest with you, I'd be satisfied just to be able to go home to Tennessee and spend a few days in the Smokies. I miss the Smokies. I miss Gatlinburg. Gatlinburg Pigeon Forge. The air smells so good up there in the mornings. You wake up in the morning and smell that mountain air. Oh, it's so good. Especially when you get around Cades Cove. Cades Cove is like stepping into a time machine. It's like stepping right into the 1800s. Beautiful, beautiful valley. No modern stuff anywhere as far as the eye can see. It's like a valley frozen in time. It's fantastic. I told you, Dark Star, it's not working. You're going to have to use the gray button with the $sign on it. Just use the super chat, man. The Streamlabs link is not working. They keep deactivating it if people aren't donating to it every week. If someone doesn't donate to it every week, they time it out for inactivity, and then I have to file a complaint to try to get it reactivated, and it's just not worth it to me anymore. So just please, everybody, use the gray button with the $sign on it. That way, everything can be stored in one source, and I don't have to worry about it. It's just all there. And so, for those of you who didn't know, for the last several weeks, we've been saving donations for 8th to get his own tabletop role-playing table. And it's a $1,000 table. And so far, we've raised $222. So we are $778 away from the goal. Technically, that means that if 5 people were to donate $20 over the next 7 7thCasts, that would pay for what's left. More or less. We'd be $78 short. But for the most part, that would pay for that. I work in a factory building wire guides for medical industry. We do stretches. Okay. What are the worst Polygon and Kotaku game reviews? All of them. All of them. They all suck. Have you ever regretted a tattoo? No. I don't regret any of my tattoos. There's certain remote areas in Alaska where buildings and stores from late 1800s, early 1920s. It's beautiful. Streamlabs sucks. I used to use it for recording, but then stopped when it told me driver's outdated. I know, you told me that last week, Darkstar. Like I said, you can still use the Super Chat. Super Chat is just fine. Super Chat works. But we are at $222 donated. We are $778 away from meeting the donation goal. So that's if for any of you who are looking to donate tonight, that's where the money will go, is towards his table. And again, thanks to everyone who donated last week. Thanks to High Five for Life, Max88, who donated $150. Big Hero Max88, Living Legend, and Rainstorm. Sony is sitting on a gold mine by not bringing back SOCOM. Yeah, it'd probably do well. It'd probably do well. How's Alex? Alex is with 8th, so I would assume she's probably sleeping. That's what she typically does when he's up there having a long gaming session. That she'll just curl up on her little area and sleep. When she's down here, all she wants to do is play ball. That's why you don't see her out here much when it comes to the 7thCast. Because if I leave her out here, she either wants to be up in my lap, which makes reading your stuff or keeping track of what's going on camera hard, or she's dropping her ball at my feet, wanting me to throw her ball. She is a attention hog. She has to be the center of attention. And so her and the 7thCast don't mix that well. Having her show up every so often, that's fine, but it can't be a long-term thing because she just comes in and just soaks up all the energy in the room. $7 from Darkstar Angel. Thank you, Darkstar. Have you heard that Microsoft is under pressure because Valve has something planned? Well, I know Valve has their own hardware coming. Other than that, I haven't been paying too much attention to it, to be honest with you. But anyway, thank you for the $7, Darkstar. Here's your dollar bill. So, that puts us $43 away from extending the show by an hour tonight. How much do your choices matter in RoboCop Rogue City? I can't tell you for sure because I've only played through it once. Valve also has an OS plan. Interesting. Oh, in case any of y'all were wondering, yes, I'm having a bad stomach day today. I overindulged a little bit for dinner. Knew I shouldn't have done it. I had 2 chicken wraps instead of 1. And I'm paying the price for it now. So I'm just like pain and pressure right across here. And right across here. Not fun. So that's why I'm leaning back for a minute. When it starts to ease off, I'll sit back up. It's just the way it goes. It's just the way it goes. You can keep me distracted from my pain by asking me questions. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. The Ballerina trailer looks good. Finally, a good film in theaters. I probably won't be going back to the movies until either Fantastic Four or Superman comes out. There's not really anything else that I'm overly excited about seeing. You know, I went to see John Wick Chapter 4 at the theater, and I kind of regretted it. And so I'm not really looking to go see the Ballerina. You know, I want to see Superman. I want to see Fantastic Four. That's about it. I'm not that keen on... well, it's not that I'm not keen to watch it. I'm not super got to see it when it comes to the live-action remake of How to Train Your Dragon. I took 8th to see the original when he was a little boy. And... so, I mean, there would be some nostalgic value to going to see it with him again, but he wants to go see it with his friends, so, you know, it is what it is. What happened to Jay's arcade? Well, he ended up amassing like 45 arcade games or so. He had a lot of investment backers and whatnot. He was looking at locations, and then it just kind of dawned on him that there were already multiple barcades that were in the process of opening up around his area. And so he felt the market was going to become oversaturated. And so then he changed his mind and was thinking about doing some kind of a gaming-themed restaurant or something like that. And it all just kind of fell through. And then his, for the last several years, Retropalooza has basically been his job. It's, you know, he runs those 2 conventions, and then he would live off the profits of those 2 conventions throughout the year, instead of having a regular 9-to-5er. Well, the conventions, he got kind of kicked in the teeth last year, because the venue that they always had their biggest one at in Arlington got turned into a museum. And so they tried to move it to the convention center in downtown Fort Worth, and not as many people showed up. It didn't make as much money because everything was more expensive. And so he ended up losing money on that deal. And to the point where there was talk of not being able to hold another Retropalooza Arlington. It's still up in the air because they haven't found another place to host it. Now, they just had Retropalooza in Houston. I do not know how well that went. I wasn't there. I didn't have the money to go because we're focused on saving up for this table for 8th, and that's why I wasn't in Houston. I wanted to be there, but I couldn't be. And so he's had to actually go back to working a 9-to-5 job. I don't know where he's working, but I know he went back to work. Which is why you're not seeing as many Game Chaser episodes, is because, you know, his time is more limited now because he's working a regular 9-to-5er. And on top of that, he had to leave the apartment that he's been living in for years and years and years, over 10 years at least, and had to get another place. So that took him out of the limelight a little bit. And so he's just going through a lot of life changes right now. I wish I lived closer to him so I could help him. I mean, I do live an hour closer to him than I used to, but I'm still 2 hours away. But, hopefully this won't last forever for him, and he can get back to putting on conventions for me to go and waste my money at. Thoughts on 28 Days Later? I don't care about 28 Days Later because I didn't care for the first two movies either. I already told y'all I've been burnt out on zombies for years, but if I'm going to watch something zombie, I prefer more traditional zombies, not like, crazy people with red eyes. I still haven't gotten to play Expedition 33. 8th is still playing it. No, I was not impressed by the Jurassic Park trailer. Did wrestling die when WWF bought WCW? For me, it did. Did you see Boogie smash his wall on live stream? No, I did not see Boogie intentionally lower his own property value on TV. I did not see him do that. On live stream, I should say, not live TV. Oh, $5 from Living Legend. Thank you, Living Legend. Sup 7th. Limited run pre-orders went live for Shinobi AOV collectors. The Joe hoverboard statue and steelbook look badass. For $200, you actually get your money's worth. I don't have $200 to pre-order it. When you pre-order from limited run, you have to pay it up front, not when it ships. And I don't have $200. Because A, I'm saving up for this table for 8th. And B, I'm also saving up for the accessories for this table for 8th. So I don't have $200 to spend on it. I'd love to have it. But I don't have the money. So that's $12 now. That's $12 in donations. Let me give you a dollar bill. $12. Thank you for the $5 donation, Living Legend. Great news, 7th. I beat my Game Club's monthly game, Chrono Trigger, yesterday. And I can't begin to tell you how amazing that game is. Yeah, it lives up to its reputation, that's for sure. 9 to 5, unless it's a complicated job. That sounds like cake compared to my time. Well, I work way more than 8 hours a day, too, but, You and Jay should go in together and start a game store arcade. We live 2 hours away, and I don't have any capital. What's your opinion on the Shrek movies? I've never been a big fan. I watched them with 8th when he was little, and I played the Shrek video games with him when he was little. But outside of that, I don't care for them. And especially if you go back and try to watch them now, they're all, so much of the humor is dated, extremely dated. I noticed that 8th plays the games before you. Did you ever get to play them after he finishes them? If I want to, yeah. But that's kind of the deal, is I let him have dibs on anything that comes into the house, unless it's something that I specifically ordered for myself that I know he ain't going to care about anyway, like this Power Ranger beat-em-up game. He ain't going to give a crap about that, so I started playing it. But otherwise, when it comes to big AAA releases and whatnot, he gets first dibs. Nothing beats the old Night of the Living Dead movie. Yeah, it's a classic. Did you see the new Looney Tunes feature, The Day the Earth Blew Up? Not yet. I know it's available on demand for like $20. I'm not spending $20 on that. I'll watch it when it hits HBO Max. Just like I'll probably watch Mickey 17 tonight because it just hit HBO Max. Even though people are telling me it's crap, I'll watch it tonight just to have something to watch. That's what I'll do. So I had a 4-day weekend for Memorial Day. Only had a 4-day work week this week. My next round of off time will be the week of Independence Day. So I will have the Saturday and Sunday before, and then the entire week of Independence Day, and then the Saturday and Sunday after, for a lovely 9 days straight off. And I'm going to game my fat butt off. I'm going to sleep in late, I'm going to watch movies, and I'm going to play games. My ass will probably graft onto that recliner, and they'll have to cut me out of it, because I will not move, except to get up and go to the bathroom. I just watched the movie Sinners, and it was pure DEI trash, boring cringe. You're the only person that I've seen say anything bad about that movie. People that I know a lot more than you and trust a lot more than you said that it was basically just From Dusk Till Dawn. Only instead of Mexicans, it's black folk. That it's a primarily almost an all-black vampire movie. Is that what you think it's DEI because it has black people in it? Just curious. Is it because it has some connotation or history of American slavery in it, maybe? Do you think the movies from the 70s are black or DEI? Was Blade a DEI movie? I mean, I'm honestly asking because, I've spoken out about some DEI stuff myself when it's actual DEI stuff. But a movie that has a mostly black cast to me, isn't DEI. Is Coming to America a DEI film to you? Friday? Is Friday a DEI film because there's no white people in it? Anyway, thoughts on PS Stars being removed? Did you use it? No. So I didn't care. Thoughts on the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies? Obviously, I have a lot of issues with the third one, but overall, I still like them for the most part better than the newest ones. Certainly better than the Garfield ones. Although No Way Home was a lot of fun, mainly for, all the member berries. Have you played the Valhalla Cyberpunk Bartender? No. Mickey 17 is bizarre and awesome. Okay, I will watch it tonight. You just beat it, and it's a relaxing game, and the retro style is cool. If it's an actual game where you're being a bartender, I don't really like those games. I don't like cooking games, bartending games, coffee shop indie games, cleaning the power washing, mowing the grass. I don't play that kind of stuff. I don't see the fun in it. I really don't. I had to do a lot of that stuff for money when I was a kid. I certainly didn't consider it fun. Ninja Turtles had their roguelike come to PSN recently. Since I know you're not into roguelites, let me ask, who is your favorite turtle? Michelangelo. Hell no, Blade was no DEI movie. That was a time when nothing was forced like today, and same with Spawn, it was not forced. Well, what's forced about a vampire movie that has a mostly black cast? What's forced about that? What's DEI about that? What's PS Stars? It was some kind of a rewards program where you could earn free stuff. But it was really convoluted and confusing and complicated, and so I never bothered with it because I never could get a good grasp of what I was earning and what I wasn't earning. Is Switch 2 the most unexciting console you've witnessed? Are you in a not this year, maybe next year, but not this year. And no rush to get it. Doesn't do anything for me. Maybe if they had added a trophy or achievement system to it, I might be more inclined to get it this year. But since they haven't, I'm not bothering. I warned them last time. Do you think the Amazing Spider-Man movies were just cash grabs? The Amazing Spider-Man movies were just Sony rushing a movie out as quickly as they could to maintain their contractual agreements to keep a hold of the license. If they hadn't gotten a movie out when they did, it would have reverted back to Marvel, and they wouldn't have had the rights to do Spider-Man movies. So they rushed out. When things wasn't working out with Sam Raimi on Spider-Man 4, and it looked like it was going to get delayed, which meant the movie wasn't going to come out in time to meet their agreement, they ditched Raimi, ditched the script, rushed something through that was cheaper and faster to make so they could get it out in time. And that's where the Garfield movies came from. Raimi was being more difficult with Sony because of how they screwed him with Venom on Spider-Man 3. And so he was trying to exert more control over what Part 4 was going to be. And when they fought him too much on it, he was like, you know what? I don't need this. And he walked away. And that was going to put everything in jeopardy. So they were like, well, we're not going to put another director on this project. We're going to scrap it and get something cheaper and faster done as quickly as possible. Do the sequels to Ghosts and Goblins improve upon the original game? I think Ghouls and Ghosts does. Some of these other ones that have come out for handhelds, like where they've changed everything into polygons and what, no. I do have a soft spot in my heart for the games that came out for PS2, though. I do have a soft spot for those because, yes, they're 3D polygon, but they still have the spirit of the originals. And if you're having a hard time remembering Ghouls and Ghosts sequels on PS2, it's because they weren't called Ghosts and Goblins or Ghouls and Ghosts. They were called Maximo 1 and Maximo 2. Thoughts on the Venom movies? I mean, they're fun for what they are, but I really don't think they're any more of an accurate portrayal of Venom than any other version of him that's come out outside of the comic books. I mean, you know, the whole back and forth between Venom and Eddie is more accurate to the comics than Spider-Man 3, but it's still not accurate to who Eddie Brock was as a person, and they've done a crappy job of linking it to Spider-Man in any way. Did you have any paranormal experiences? Well, I've talked about paranormal experiences on here before Dark Star. I've talked about sneaking into that insane asylum's mass grave hidden in the woods. I've told that story a dozen times. Do you like the band Tool? They're kind of depressing. They're okay, but they're kind of depressing. Not something where I can sit and listen to a whole album from start to finish. Have you ever played the Ghostbusters game from 2009? Yeah. I have the original on PS3, and I have the remake on PS4, which is now 60 frames per second on PS5. You can try out the game Anno Mutationem. It's kind of like a 2D and 3D cyberpunk Metroidvania game. I actually bought that for 8th like a Christmas or two ago. So it's upstairs in his room. We've got it physical. I haven't played it yet, but he has it up there. Yes, indeedy. Yes, indeed. I know they're cutesy and silly and not really for my generation at all. But I'm going to admit to I guess you'd call it a guilty pleasure. These games were certainly not made with a 50-year-old man in mind. But one series that I enjoy that you would never think that someone like myself would enjoy them. I like the Cat Quest series because they feel like little mini Zelda games, like old school Zelda. And, the graphics are all cutesy, almost Hello Kitty type stuff. And, it's full of cat puns that might make a 7-year-old laugh and that kind of thing. But as far as the gameplay goes, it's feels very, very 2D Zelda to me. And so I like them. I like them quite a bit. Platted the first two, and I'm currently playing the third one. So there's something you might not have known about moi. Were the Metroid Prime games as good as the original 2D? I know some people that prefer them. I am not one of them. I prefer the 2D games. What type of horror movies are your favorites? Supernatural horror. I'm not big on body horror. I'm not big on torture porn, and I'm not big on old school or wannabe old school slasher movies. I like supernatural horror, like Insidious, Poltergeist, The House on Haunted Hill, The Haunting of Hill House, stuff like that. That's what I like. The Shining. Need to try out Cat Quest games. My backlog is huge. I mean, they're fun. Even though the graphics are more advanced, they feel like an 8-bit game, or at least a 16-bit game. And I mean, even if you're playing them on hard, they're still pretty easy. But it's more just the fun of running around, slashing enemies, finding hidden treasure, beating some bosses. It's fun. It's simple and fun. You typically beat them in under 10 hours. So it's not like this huge, massive ask. You're not playing it long enough to get sick of it. They're just perfectly contained little mini Zelda games. What's not to like? Mario 64. Mario 64 is okay. It hasn't aged particularly well when it comes to camera control. But for its time, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's a pretty easy plat for Cat Quest. It's not why I played it, but it's pretty easy plat. Rotten Tomato. I don't pay that much attention to movie review sites. I pay more attention to what my friends say. People that I know have similar tastes to me. What's the best Conjuring series movie? My favorite is the second one with the ghost of the old man and whatnot. I liked that one. How will Ric Flair be remembered when it's time? Someone who someone who was considered great but tarnished his own reputation by staying in the business 20 years longer than he should have. Truth be told, he should have been out of the game before he had that match with Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania. He should have just been a manager at that point in his career. Once his last match should have been the match with Sting in 2001 on the last Nitro. That should have been his last match. And then everything else should have been road agent, manager, a Paul Heyman type on-camera personality. That's what he should have been from there on out. But no. Thoughts on the Road Warriors? I liked a lot of those style teams back then. I liked the Road Warriors. I liked what were they? Barbarian and what's his name? I can't remember what they called themselves. I liked Demolition. I liked a lot of those teams. But the Road Warriors were the best of the bunch. What do you get a gamer that has all the games already, like yourself, 7th? An Amazon gift card. Who is the greatest hardcore wrestler and why is it screaming Norman Smiley? Norman Smiley was actually really good in the ring before WCW started using him for comic relief. He had some actual skills. He was a good wrestler. The Sabu death was really tragic. That final match was hard to watch. No offense, I never really got into Sabu. Never really got into him. I didn't really get into ECW in general. I just wasn't impressed for the most part by the folks in their stable as far as like personality, mic work, that kind of thing. Sandman didn't do anything for me. Taz didn't do anything for me. Mike Awesome didn't do anything for me. Mikey Whipwreck. None of those guys really impressed me. So I'm feeling it today, folks. Whew. Now it's kind of moved into my back. Getting old sucks. It's just how he died. No idea why he wrestled in that match knowing his condition. I didn't know he died in the ring. I thought he died outside the ring. From Chris G. I agree, 7th. That is what Ric Flair should have been, but unfortunately that's not what he did. And not what he's still doing now after having his second final match, he's still getting involved in stuff. And you know what it is? It's money. He can't hold on to money. And so he has to do what he can to keep the creditors off his back. Because after years of spending it faster than he could get it, because he was literally trying to live his gimmick, he had no savings left when the time came. Oh, he died a week after his last match. Okay. Do you think WCW ending Goldberg's streak was a mistake? No. Ending it the way they did was a mistake. They needed to... It needed to have been an earned victory. And basically what WCW was saying was, we've set up Goldberg to be such an unstoppable monster that we don't have anyone on the roster that we feel anyone could believe could beat him. And so the only way he can be beat is by being electrocuted with a cattle prod. That's what WCW did. Well, here's what they should have done. They should have had a year-long feud between him and a technical wrestler like a Bret Hart. So it would have been brute force versus skill. And have it go down to an hour-long Iron Man match at Starrcade, that with Bret calling the match, because Bret can make anyone look good for an hour, even someone who had extremely limited skills like Goldberg, and have Goldberg just get outclassed. Not outpowered, but outclassed. And he comes away respecting Hart's skill. That's how you end the streak. And that's not how they did it. Because they didn't believe in their own audience. And because they didn't know what the hell to do with Bret Hart. What was your most difficult platinum trophy? I have no idea. I have no idea. I know the final boss on the original Infamous, on the hardest difficulty, I broke a controller doing that fight because I got so mad at it. And I eventually beat it, but it was after several attempts and one broken controller. Had similar situations with Uncharted 2. Not with the ending, because the ending could be cheesed. That last fight could be cheesed. But some of the fights you had to do to get there, like that one that was out in this big open field with buildings you could crawl up into and trees and stuff, and you were having to fight a crap ton of soldiers and those giant purple Yeti dudes running around. That was an extremely difficult fight on crushing mode. It wasn't a power play by Nash. Not really. They were just ready to drop the streak because it had been going on for so long, and they were running out of people to feed him. And they just, I don't think any of them had any confidence in the audience believing that anyone could have a clean pin on Goldberg. Goldberg's Halloween Havoc entrance with Michael Buffer announcing was the best entrance ever. Did you get the Last of Us No. The original release its trophies were, a lot of them were tied to the multiplayer, which of course I didn't play. And I hear that the trophies on the Last of Us Part 1 for PS5, that it's a whole new trophy set and it's a lot easier to plat it. I don't know, and I don't care. I platted all 4 Uncharted games. The only Uncharted games I haven't platted were the one with the 2 women in it. Can't remember the name of it. Lost Legacy or whatever the hell. And the Vita game. I never platted the Vita game. I beat the Vita game, but I didn't plat it because there was just too many dadgum collectibles. They went way overboard on the collectibles with the Vita version. It could be a spectacular failure, Chris, if you don't have somebody controlling the match that can work with Bill, and that would be someone like Bret Hart. But they would have needed Bill to get some more time in the power plant working with Bret, so Bret could actually get him up to speed. They did not take the time to give him everything that he needed out of the power plant. Now, if they had sent him down there with Hart could have got him up to speed. 2-1 crushing was extremely challenging, yes. What are your thoughts on being the only bridge between the retro gaming scene and the crumb side? That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. It's not 100% true, technically. There's a lot of crossover in the fandom. I'll give you an example. When I moved here to Texas, when I went to my very first Retropalooza, the retro YouTuber Ant Dude was there as a guest. Ant Dude's a pretty popular YouTuber. He comes walking up to me out of the blue and introduces himself. And he said, I just wanted you to know, I used to watch the console wars back in the day. I watched you and El Presidor and Black Bond, and he named all these different guys, General MLD. He named all these different guys. He said, I loved every minute of it. I just wanted you to know that. Ant Dude. And so I ended up hanging out quite a bit with Ant Dude that weekend. It was me and him and Alpha Omega Sin. Hung out all night one night down in one of the conference rooms of the hotel we were all staying in. Just talking all night long. Me, Ant Dude, and Alpha Omega Sin. And Wood Hawker for a while, the beat-em-ups guy. Oh, by the way, $2 hours remaining. We are at $12 in donations. We are $38 away from extending the show by 1 hour. Do you remember the Lord of the Rings War of the North game? Or War in the North. It came out around the time Skyrim, mostly forgotten. Yeah, I have it on PS3. Action RPG. Not open world. It almost felt like playing Diablo, only the camera was down behind the shoulder of your character somewhat as opposed to above isometric view. But in some ways, it was kind of like playing Diablo, but it wasn't open world. Bischoff wanted Bret Hart to be the face of WCW Thunder when he only had 9 matches. Yeah, like I said, they didn't know what they were doing with him. Thoughts on Black Bond being kicked off Weapon Wheel? Honestly, I think BG got tired of having to play second fiddle to Black Bond's fandom. Black Bond is probably the most highly opinionated and had the loudest personality after Hard 8 was kicked off. And I suspect eventually it'll happen to Jack Move Johnny too. Eventually. AKL Max, I used to watch Alpha Omega Sin all the time. Cool dude. It's fun to hang out with, fun to talk to. He's a lot shorter than I thought he'd be. Comes up to like here on me. He's a little dude. A little guy. Very strong though. He works out a lot. Strong dude. A lot of person in a small package. But I had fun hanging out with him. He was cool. He basically got married and had a kid, and went back to school to be able to better afford said kid. Kind of similar to my life, really. And that's why he kind of dropped out of the whole YouTube thing and doesn't come to the cons anymore. I miss seeing him there. He was fun. Do you think Ted Turner was more into the wrestling business? Vince said he was more into the entertainment business. I think Ted just had a loyalty to wrestling because when he was first getting the Superstation started and they were, scrambling for content, wrestling was one piece of cheap original content that he could put on the channel that helped the channel establish itself. Was there any legitimate argument to stopping the show after Owen Hart fell to his death? Yeah, Owen Hart fell to his death. Show should have ended right then. Minute he hit the canvas, camera should have gone off. Sorry we were having technical difficulties. Refund the pay-per-view. Done. You had performers who were fighting back tears that were in shock, and you're sending them out there to wrestle, and the blood of their dead friend is not even dry on the canvas yet. There was no justification for that show going on. None. Shouldn't have been that way. The fans would have understood. I certainly would have understood. Unbelievable that McMahon made that call. Of course, now we're learning about a lot of calls McMahon made that he shouldn't have made. Do you think WCW should have had the Goldberg and Hogan match on pay-per-view instead of on Nitro? Yes. I think it was a mistake. They became obsessed with maintaining their ratings, and instead they should have been thinking pay-per-view buy rates because Hogan versus Goldberg at the Georgia Dome for the main event of a pay-per-view, that would have sold. Oh, Lord, that would have sold. But all they cared about were those Monday night ratings. They won that night, so yay. Have any of y'all been watching where WWE's been putting old WCW matches on YouTube? I haven't been watching any of it, but wondered if any of y'all were watching it. Yes, no, maybe, possibly. Bueller. I'll take that as a no. I will take that as a no. I still need to look into AI solutions for that video series I want to do. I've been talking to Tyler from My Retro Life about it because, of course, he has all these home movies that his dad filmed of them going and hunting for games and going to arcades and all this stuff. Well, we didn't even have a camcorder until I was 17. And so, I don't... Now, at one time, I had a massive library of VHS tapes of me... Go away, fly. Of me beating NES, Genesis, and Super Nintendo games. And when it came time for me to move out into my own apartment, at the same time, my parents were moving to Florida. And for whatever reason, my dad bagged up all of those VHS tapes and took them to the dump. Throughout hours and hours and hours of video game footage of me beating video games that I could be using for videos now. Lost forever. But anyway, I don't have any footage of me at arcades or any of that kind of thing. And the series that I want to do is predicated on that, having that kind of footage. So the only thing that I know to do would be to try to recreate it using one of these AI video solutions, but I don't have, $150, $200 a month. So I'm sitting here looking for one that's more in like the $10 to $12 a month range. That's not the greatest, but is good enough for me to be able to type a slow zooming shot on a teenage boy's back to the camera playing an arcade game at an 80s era arcade with girls walking past in the foreground. And be able to generate that either in a realistic style or in a Pixar style CG look. Either one. So I'm trying to find a solution for that. Haven't found one that does what I want it to do for the price that I'm willing to pay. And that's why you haven't gotten any of these videos yet. If any of y'all are aware of something that'll do something like that, send it my way. Let me know. How are you feeling tonight? I'm in pain tonight, Vengeful Cowboy. I'm in pain. But I'm here. Yeah, you have been. They put out the entire storylines, too, on YouTube. Nice. How do you play Ghosts and Goblins? The game is hard as balls. Well, I mean, I haven't beat the original one since, I was 14. And I did beat it twice. I got the real ending. But, I couldn't do it now. My hands wouldn't hold up. The night after Halloween Havoc was Nitro's last ratings victory over Raw. I'm busy rewatching all the old WWF shows on Netflix. I just hit the Montreal Screwjob. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. You know, back in the day, I actually had that Bret Hart Wrestling with Shadows documentary on VHS. I actually ordered it. And, I watched that documentary over and over. And, of course, now you can watch it free on YouTube. But I used to love having it on VHS back in the 90s. Late 90s. But man, I'm really wishing now that my dad hadn't thrown those tapes away. Because one of them did have some home movie stuff of what my teenage bedroom in the basement looked like, which was actually kind of similar to this, but not as many games, of course, and no arcade cabinet. And instead of 2 recliners, it was a black leather couch, nice black leather couch that my dad had custom made, with a matching love seat and recliner. And I had an entertainment center with a 27-inch Sony Trinitron, Technics rack stereo system, which I still have. It's up in 8th room now. And I had some video footage of what my bedroom setup was like, my game room, but all of that gone. Because my dad was in a hurry to get out. He thought I'd already cleaned out everything that I intended to keep, and he took it all to the dump. All to the dump. So somewhere in the Chattanooga landfill, buried under hundreds of feet at this point, are tapes of me beating old games. And I mean, sure, I could try and go back and beat some of those games and film them now. But one, it wouldn't look the same because I wouldn't be recording it on a VCR, on a blank VHS tape, off of a CRT TV. And I wouldn't be, 14, 15, 16, 17 years old. I'm freaking 50. Why do you think executives at Turner wanted WCW to go away? It wasn't. It was executives of AOL Time Warner that wanted it to go away. Because it was no longer making money, and they didn't feel that it was a match for their brand. Yeah. By that point, Turner didn't have the stroke to say, no, we're going to keep on trying to make it a success. He was kind of like an executive producer in some ways at that point. He had sold his channel, sold his business. And so, he had a seat at the table, but that's all he had at that point. But I think if Turner had been still in control, he would have kept it going whether it was making money or not. That's how loyal he was to wrestling. But once he sold out, WCW was living on borrowed time, regardless. And the sale to Eric Bischoff and his company that he had formed, that could have gone over too, as if he had been able to rush to find a different channel to host the show on. That's why Vince McMahon was able to come in and buy it out from under him for pennies on the dollar, because Vince didn't need TV time on TNT and Superstation. Bischoff did because he didn't have any other channels lined up. That's where WCW would have started, was in the Hard Rock in Vegas. Because he would have scaled it back and started small and had all the wrestling being broadcast from the same location. But as he rebuilt the business, they would have gone to touring again. It was his intention to eventually build it back up to the size it was. But honestly, I don't think that would have been a success either, because he was out of ideas, yo. NWO was his only good idea. He didn't have anything to follow up the NWO with. And even then, he stole the idea of the NWO from Japan. Tight like a drum. Got a little crappy knockoff Temu Super Mario clock that I haven't even hung up on the wall. I've got a Goonies flag that I need to hang up on the wall. I've got that Turtles banner I need to hang up on the wall. And I've got a whole wall right here that I've reserved for additional action figure placement. Yup. I know you don't watch AEW, but do you think Bischoff is bothered with AEW surpassing... AEW hasn't surpassed Nitro. Nitro was a full-on phenomenon. AEW has done well for itself, but it's never gotten that big as far as being household name, selling big money in video games and action figures. Yes, they have a video game. Yes, they have action figures. Hasn't done near as well as WCW. Hasn't sold near as much merch. Hasn't sold as many tickets. Hasn't made as much money in pay-per-views. At least not for those 80-something consecutive weeks where they were kicking WWF's butt. You mean number of episodes. I don't think he could care less. I'm just getting in. Yes, I know. Hi, Soul Drift. I like Thursday Thunder. Thunder was okay. You know, it wasn't maintaining the quality. You know, Raw and SmackDown, pretty much just one is just as good as the other, if you ask me. Has been that way for years. Nitro and Thunder never had that. Never had that. Thunder was okay its first debut episode, and then it just felt like WCW Saturday Night every episode after that. There wasn't anything happening on Thunder that made it can't miss TV. And I think that's part of what helped lead to WCW's downfall was they spread themselves too thin with Thunder. But, you know, Bischoff felt that he had to do that because WWF had expanded. Thunder's stage looked cheap. I mean, well, all their stages looked cheap compared to WWF stages, but Who is the best wrestling commentary team in your opinion? Ross and King. Ross and King. Spoiler alert, it's never been any team that had Tony Schiavone on it. Nothing against Tony, but he can't hold a candle to Jim Ross. Never has, never will. Did you like the Demon Souls remake? I didn't like the original Demon Souls because they're not my style of game. From what I understand, Thunder was Ted Turner's idea. You think Thunder was before SmackDown? I don't remember. I mean, that's, over 20 years ago. I can't remember all this stuff. I remember a lot of it, but I don't remember all of it. And I mean, really, for me, after that first episode of it, Thunder was such an afterthought. I don't think I ever watched it again after that first episode. Because I just wasn't impressed with it. But, after the whole Hogan, Sting, and culmination of Goldberg's storyline had played themselves out, that was when I really started transitioning more to watching more Raw over WCW. I still watched both, but whereas before I would watch WCW live and tape WWF, it swapped and I started watching WWF live and taping WCW. So I'd watch one live that night, and then I'd watch the other one on tape the next evening when I got home from work. I thought the new WCW logo was trash. I actually thought that the one WWF made for them when they bought them was better than the one that they were using up until the time they were sold. That you could barely even tell what it was. It was terrible. It's a terrible logo. And it is 7:30 here, and it is still 85 degrees outside. Welcome to Texas. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Such crappy weather, man. I'm glad this is the last night of May. I'm glad we're getting into June because that'll mean hotter days, but it'll mean less thunderstorms. And less thunderstorms means less chance of tornadoes. Yep. And I would like this house to remain standing at least until we can film the game tour. I'm really happy with what we've made here, and I'm really looking forward to showing it off, but I'm not doing that until that tabletop gaming room is ready to go. And that tabletop gaming room is not going to be ready for y'all to see until it has an actual tabletop gaming table in there. And we are still over $700 away from that. So, gray button with the $sign on it, y'all. Now, we had a 6-hour stream last week because we made $182, I think it was. $182 last week. Now, if we could get 5 people a weekend to donate $20, we'd have that table bought in 2 months' time. By the end of August. All right? By the end of July. We'd have that table bought by the end of July. If we had just 5 people out of the hundreds that watch this every week, we only have maybe 20 or 30 that show up live, but hundreds of people watch it throughout the week. And if we could just get 5 people a week to send $20 in, we'd have that table in just a matter of weeks, before the end of the summer, certainly. and then we could do the game room tour. But that ain't happening so far. Last week was awesome, though. I appreciate all of you that chipped in. Can't wait for June. Yeah. 65 in Ohio. Wow. I wish it was 65 here. Yeah, I know about Raven. I never did care much for him. I thought he was kind of boring. Ever caught a northern pike? Well, I don't eat fish and I don't go fishing, so the answer would be no. For a moment, I thought you were going to say $182 billion. Alrighty then. Okay. Sure. But, he's got all the shelving that he needs for now. Eventually, he'll need more shelves up there, too. But right now, I'm just focused on the table. There's no point in him getting any more games or buying any more shelving for more games when he has no table to play them on. Right now, they're having to play on the dining table, the dining room table. That's why there's no dining room table in our little breakfast nook in there. And, most of the games that he has these great big game boards that won't even fit on that round dining room table. He needs a tabletop gaming room table so him and his friends can play the games they want to play. And so that's what I'm trying to do for him. And at the same time, he's trying to get into college to get his career started. We hit one snag where the first college he got accepted at, as it turns out, was going to require way more money than financial aid was going to give him. So he had to back out on that one, and now he's trying to get in at the other university here, which is more of a community college than a big university like where he tried to go. They wanted $200,000 for a 4-year degree in mechanical engineering. Now, if he was going to a bigger university and was going for, a medical degree, beginnings of the bachelor's for his medical degree, or law, something of that nature, then I could see it. But $200,000 for mechanical engineering, over $45,000 a year? No. So I just told, they were like, they're like, we got you scholarships and grants amounting to $20,000. So all you'd need is for your dad to take out one of these special parent loans we have for $21,000. And I was like, son, that's just for 1 year. So I would be taking out a loan for $84,000, not $21,000. And I'm sorry, but the answer is no. I just bought a house. I can't get a loan for $84,000. And Eighth understood. He understood because he already knows how much debt I've put myself in to get this place. And so he went to them and he was like, no. He was like, I withdraw. And so he immediately turned around and went over to the community college, and they did a scan on him, on his GPA and his SAT scores, and they were like, you're accepted. And so now he's just waiting to see what the financial aid situation is going to look like there, because over there, a 2-year degree is only going to cost him like $12,500 as opposed to $200,000. It's like $6,400 a month, or $6,400 a year for 2 years. $12,800. Community college, y'all. Do you think Randy Savage did the right thing by going to WCW rather than being a commentator for WWF? Yes, because he was still ring ready. There was no rustiness there. He still looked like himself. He could still wrestle like himself. That was a smart call for him, and it was more money. If 7th ever got 100, we'd never see him again. Oh, I'd still stream. And I'd be like, guys, look what I bought this week. The whole show would just be like, instead of the 7th cast, it would be the What 7th Bought cast. Thoughts on Mike Tenay? Mike Tenay had a lot of knowledge, but he didn't sound the greatest on the mic. And he didn't. The interplay between him and the others wasn't all that great. But I'd take Mike Tenay any day over Mark Madden. Mark Madden was garbage. Mark Madden was garbage. Huh. Well, all right then. Well, or start the 7th level arcade opened around the country. I don't think 183 million would be enough to do that. Might be enough to run my own for a while, just a local one here in town. But nationwide, take a lot more than 185 million. Did you ever watch any infomercials? I would watch the ones late at night for the best of punk rock and stuff like that. 53 degrees and the sun's out all day in AK right now. Part of the day this morning, it was overcast here this morning, then the sun came out around 11 o'clock. 182 billion. I don't know. Maybe. Might be enough to open them. Don't know how long it would be, how long it would last to run them. I think there's more to it than you think, Soul Drift. Do you realize how many arcade cabinets you'd have to buy and restore to maintain even a business? Like if you only built one in every state, so you had 50 stores, right? 50 businesses that had, 200 arcade games in each. Great big Hobby Lobby style sized arcades with like 200 arcade games in them each, with maybe some bowling and some other things thrown in. That's a massive amount of restoration, and there's not that many out there as it is that are in good working order. I haven't played Skull and Bones. I've talked to people that have played it that aren't overly impressed with it. Even with the changes where you can now, explore islands and stuff that's coming or is already out, they haven't been impressed with it. In the summer, the sun's out all day and night, and winter is dark all day and night. That's Alaska for you. I wouldn't mind visiting it. I don't think I'd want to live there. Because I'm living in a small town now that has a dead mall. And I have to go, 20 miles in one direction or 40 miles in another direction to go to a good mall and go to good stores where the retro stores have a good variety of games in them and a good selection. I can only imagine what it'd be like in Alaska. I'm a guy that likes to live in a small town that's within 15-minute drive of a big town. so I have things to do, but I live away from it. That's what I like. I would not get that in Alaska. I'm pissed that Dave & Buster's took out the rifle range. What made Uncharted 4 not as good as the previous games? The story and the music. Music was not done by the original guy and was given a darker, grimmer tone. The story was a darker, grimmer story. They forgot that the whole point of the series was it was supposed to feel like an 80s popcorn adventure, Indiana Jones style thing. Basically, Uncharted 4 sucks compared to the first 3 in the same way that Dial of Destiny sucks compared to the first 3, for the same reasons. Has nothing to do with the gameplay. It's all about the story, the presentation, and the music. Not a fan. I platted it because I wanted all 4, but I'm not a fan. Tasty. Do you guys know who I'm making fun of when I do that? When I go, tasty. That's LL Cool J. I'm referencing LL Cool J. I can't remember what movie it's from, but there's a movie he did where he went, tasty. Thoughts on Dreamcast Guy? I met Dreamcast Guy in person. Dreamcast Guy in person is a lot different than Dreamcast Guy on camera. For one thing, when you talk to him in person, he doesn't sound like, "Hi gamers, Dreamcast Guy here." He don't sound like that. He doesn't talk like that in person. He only talks like that in front of a microphone. Drives me crazy. I don't know why he does that. When you meet me in person, this is what I sound like. When you meet Dreamcast Guy in person, this is what he sounds like. He doesn't sound like, "Hi, what's up gamers, Dreamcast Guy here." He don't sound like that. He does that just for the mic, and it drives me nuts. Nice guy in person. Nice guy. I met him at Retropalooza. We hung out a little bit, talked. Nice dude. Are you planning on playing the new Indiana Jones game? 8th has it. 8th has the $100 PS5 version that came with the DLC included. Not on the disc, but it was included. So when he's done playing with it, actually he's already done playing with it, he just hasn't brought it down here. He thought I'll get it so I can get the platinum on it, right? Because he had 100%ed it on Game Pass. Well, he installed the game on his PS5. It asked him for his It asked him to sign in with his Microsoft account. So he signed in with his Microsoft account. It imported his save from the Xbox, and he instantly got the platinum without playing it. It just popped all the trophies because he had already earned them on Xbox. So $99 well spent. It might have been Deep Blue Sea. I don't know. But it was definitely from a movie he was in. I prefer a suburb that's 20 minutes to a rural area where I grew up and 20 minutes to an urban area to go to concerts and stuff. Well, where I live, it's 15 minutes to downtown, but there's not really anything in downtown. It's like a big hospital and a railroad museum and some small stores and a couple of restaurants, and that's it. It's almost like downtown Chattanooga, but with less to do. At least in downtown Chattanooga, you had the 3D IMAX theater, you had the Bijou theater, you had both of the Tennessee aquariums, the freshwater and the saltwater. You had all these different things that you could do in downtown Chattanooga. Downtown Temple, you have a couple of businesses, you have a railroad museum, you have a couple of restaurants, you have a big hospital. The mall went out. The mall is still open, but most of the stores are vacated. The movie theater that was in there went out of business because they weren't They didn't want to compete with. There's a chain theater outside the mall, and then down in what is it? There's a town, Belton. Down in Belton, there's a theater called the Grand Theater that gets a lot of business. And so they just really, really nice theater in the mall. They closed it down. And so now all that's in the mall are a couple of clothing stores and, oddly enough, a retro video game store that nice people that run it got lots of action figures and stuff. Don't have much in the way of retro video games, though. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in there, but it's a lot of common stuff that I already got. And then across the street from there is a game exchange. You walk into that game exchange, it's mostly Blu-rays. Because the games that they have, all they have left that's retro is all they have is sports games. You know, NES sports games, Genesis sports games, Super Nintendo sports games. You have to get up into like PS2 era to start seeing actual games that aren't sports crap. And it's because there's some resellers that live here in Temple that they go to the stores that are in this area and they buy up everything that's not sports games. And then they take it to cons and resell it. So if I want to have any decent buys, you know, there's no more buying at garage sales. There's no more buying at the flea market here. I have to drive to Waco, or I have to drive to Killeen, or I have to drive all the way back down to Cedar Park or Round Rock to get to a decent used game store. Or I can just buy off eBay. What would Rockstar Games have to do for you to enjoy one of their games? How about a Grand Theft Auto style game, but in space? Have you met Rich from Review Tech USA? No, I've never met him in person. Do you think Rich should stop doing live streams on YouTube and get off social media? I wouldn't go that far, but you know, he is easily triggered, and he needs to work on that. Is Neil Druckmann your favorite? No. Thoughts on Moist Charlie? You know, Moist Critical? I don't watch him. Eighth likes him, but he just doesn't do anything that interests me. It's not that I dislike him. It's just, you know, his content doesn't interest me. Asmund Gold's content doesn't interest me either. Rural areas for hunting and fish. Well, I don't hunt and I don't fish. Urban areas for concerts and clubbing, and suburban area for everything else. You know, I live in the burbs. Nice, quiet neighborhood. You know, you never see the cops here. You never hear ambulances in and out of here. You know, it's quiet. Nothing bad happens except for apparently bad weather every 70 years. You know, nice tight-knit community. Got a community pool. You know, I have to pay HOA fees, but you know the rules the rules are pretty relaxed. There's you know if I go a couple of weeks without having the grass cut, no one gets on to me about it. You know, they know I eventually get it done. And that's about it, you know. Nice little community pool in center. Not that I would ever go swimming in a pool because I'm too much of a fat ass and I don't want to be bothering anybody. Maybe once I lost some of this weight, I'd make use of the pool. Even so, you know, they gave us passes to get into the pool because it's a scan badge thing. I've already lost them and I don't feel like paying for replacing them. Those first few days when we moved in here were really chaotic, and I have no idea what I did with them. No idea. I'm still pissed that... Hold on. Oh, magic powers. I'm still pissed that they didn't release Agent. Yeah, that game had a lot of hype for a while. Am I the only one who misses color in building? Look at fast food, gray and black. Used to be so colorful. Yeah, I know. Now every restaurant looks like the same place. Used to you could tell what it was by the way the building was colored and shaped. Now they all look like the same crap. Burger King looks like McDonald's. McDonald's looks like Taco Bell. Here in town, the only difference to that, the only exception to that, is Sonic because it's a drive-in, and Whataburger because it still has the orange and white stripes. It's terrible. McDonald's used to look like a McDonald's and had a big playground in it. Burger King looked like a Burger King. Taco Bell looked like a Taco Bell. KFC looked like a KFC. And for God's sakes, Pizza Hut looked like a Pizza Hut. You walked in and you had nice tables with those big red cups, and you had the stained glass chandeliers, and I miss dine-in Pizza Hut. I miss it so much. That was fun. For us, that was fine dining. We maybe got to do that every 3 or 4 months. If I did good on my report card, we'd go have dinner at Pizza Hut one night. Pizza Hut never occurred to me as fast food, because it was like, hey, we sit down and a waiter comes and takes our order, and a waiter comes and brings us pizza and they pour our drinks. This isn't fast food. This is dine-in. This is nice. This is fancy. Look, they have a jukebox. Look, they have arcade games in the lobby. How do you feel about games that you have to use a guide to beat? I don't mind it. That's been going on at least since the 8-bit era. What are the worst games of last year in your opinion? I wouldn't know. I didn't play them. Hi, Sage J. Thoughts on Space Jam? Did not like it. Steak and Shake. Love it. Way back in the day, this isn't going to mean anything to anyone who doesn't live in Chattanooga, but I used to live in Hickson, but I worked all the way over in Brainerd at what used to be the Eastgate Mall, and part of it got turned into a call center. So I used to have to drive from Hickson. This was where my first apartment was, because I wanted an apartment away from everything. I wanted an apartment away from where I used to live. I didn't want an apartment out in Harrison. I wanted an apartment away from where I used to live, and I wanted an apartment closer to where my band members lived, because I was in a band at the time, and where my girlfriend at the time lived. And so I got an apartment out in Hickson, and so every day I had to get in my car and drive over the Chickamauga Dam and drive all the way out to where Eastgate Mall used to be, and they changed it to the Eastgate Town Center. And I worked at a call center there. Used to be called Convergence. I have no idea what it is now. But that was a long involved drive. And the reason I'm telling that story is because I worked evening shift. I worked from like 2 to 10. Magic powers. And so by the time I get off work, and I got back there, it would be going on midnight sometimes. Because I got off at 10 didn't mean I'd actually finish up till 10. Sometimes I'd hang out and do a little extra till around 11 or so, sometimes even later. And so, it could be midnight or later by the time I actually made it back into Hickson, and I would be hungry, and the only thing that would be open, Steak and Shake, 24 hours. And so I'd pull into the drive-in, I'd get me a steak burger and fries or whatever. Loved it. Loved Steak and Shake. I miss Steak and Shake. The closest thing to Steak and Shake that we have here is Freddy's. But Freddy's charges too much, and they don't have as much on their menu. Do you think the food we eat here in the U.S. should be more like the food in Europe? Well, certainly not like the food in England, because I've had British food and I didn't think much of it. I've had French food too, didn't think much of it either. Both of them were very bland. Chick-fil-A, I like their breakfast biscuits more than their sandwiches. I'm not that big a fan of the Chick-fil-A sandwich. Chick-fil-A breakfast biscuits, though, big fan. What made you not like Space Marines 2? It was just, I don't know, man. I have no investment in the lore because I've never played the tabletop game. So that's already a point against it. It feels like a game from 2011, and to the point where it still has the whole we're trying to make this transmission. Please protect these transmission towers from the enemies that are swarming on them. If you don't kill them all fast enough, you'll have to start the whole process over. That's such an outdated trope. Once I experienced that in the game, I'm like, what other old chestnuts are they going to drag out for this one? And I just turned it off. I miss the cheese dip on the side. Maybe less chemicals, but that's it. It's still not happening, Magi. Either donate to the cause or come up with some new material. Steak and Shake was so good. Burgers and fries and strawberry shakes. Yes. Their taco salad, not that great, though. Their taco salad, not good. Not good. The only taco salad that I ever liked was Taco Bell's taco salad, and they no longer make it. I loved their taco salad back in the day. That's 2 missions too many, Nicholas. I'm tired of those type of missions. When I run into that kind of thing in a game, I just turn it off. I'm fed up with it. It's like zombies for me. I don't like defense missions. I don't like escort missions. I don't want to deal with that crap anymore. It's just not my thing anymore, okay? Pumpkin pie. I'm not a pumpkin pie guy. I'm not a pumpkin pie guy. I don't even like peach cobbler. I like chocolate cream pie and I like hair pie. That's it. Those are the only 2 kinds of pie I eat. I heard McDonald's has snack wraps returning. Did you like? No. I did like McDonald's big chicken wrap that was like this big. It had big pieces of, had like chicken strips in it with cucumber and ranch dressing and cheese and lettuce in it. And they were like this big. Not the little snack wraps. This thing was like this big. It was on the value meal. I liked those. Those were great. I recreate those here at the house. Using Tyson chicken strips, breaded chicken strips. Bake those up nice and crispy, and then put some ranch dressing, chop up some cucumber in there, put in some lettuce, wrap it up. Hum num 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 num. In fact, that's what I had for dinner today. But I made the mistake of eating 2 of them instead of eating 1 of them. And so now I'm like, I feel like a xenomorph has got about this far and then was like, you know what, it's kind of nice in here. I think I'll just stay and squirm around for a while. And I'm like, get in there! Stay in there! I loved Pizza Hut's Alfredo. I never had Pizza Hut's Alfredo. Now, Olive Garden's Alfredo I really like. I used to love to go to Olive Garden and get the tour of Italy. But now with my stomach being the way it is, I'm afraid I'd explode. I used to eat I've never liked the taste of yogurt. Pecan pie, or as they say in the South, pecan pie. I'm not a fan of that one. I don't even like apple pie. I like chocolate cream pie, and I like hair pie. Oh, hair pie. Strawberry and raspberry cheese. I don't like cheesecake. I don't like the texture. I like the flavor, fine. I don't like the texture of it. The only meal I had today is risotto. I had 2 scrambled eggs and 2 pieces of whole wheat toast for breakfast. Skipped lunch. Had 2 chicken wraps for dinner. That's all I've ate today. And yet here I am. Seventh, did you ever meet Mike Roshburns? I don't. Oh, you tried to get me, but I didn't say it the way you wanted me to say it. I said Roshburn. You were trying to get me to say something else. It didn't work though. Didn't work though because you didn't count on my interpretation of the spelling. You didn't get me because I didn't say it the way you wanted me to say it. You wanted me to say, my crotch burns. I said, Mike Roshburn. So, that's not my fault, though. That's your fault for not picking a spelling that would have forced me to say it the way you wanted me to say it. So you were trying to go a little too far into hiding the spelling of it, and because of that, I ended up not saying it the way you wanted me to say it. So you got Mike Roshburn instead of my crotch burns. So you got me to say it, but you didn't get me to say it the way you wanted me to say it, because I wasn't paying attention to who posted it. Oh. Keep on trying, though. It doesn't matter if I fell for it if I didn't say it the way you wanted it said, and I didn't say it the way you wanted it said. So, come back next week and try again. A for effort, though. At least you tried something new. I'm not a cake and ice cream guy. I'm a pie and pudding type. The only kind of pudding I like is banana pudding with the vanilla wafers in it. I could eat myself sick on banana pudding. Prime rib is the best. Oh, I love prime rib. Love prime rib. I like prime rib or a really good ribeye. Just a really, really good, medium, juicy ribeye. I hear some people say they didn't like the number of swarm of enemies in Space Marine 2, but it's accurate in the lore. I didn't have a problem with the swarms. The main problem is I just don't like those defense type things. I don't like those defense missions. I don't like tower defense style games for the same reasons. I just don't like, I wanted running and gunning, killing bad guys. I don't want to be running from tower to tower. Oh, this tower is being attacked. So you run over there. You're trying to clear it out. Oh, tower B is being attacked. You got to run back over there. Meanwhile, there's, hordes that are getting in your way that's stopping you from getting over there. It's old and outdated. It's an old, outdated idea. Am I hungry yet? No, I'm still a little full. Still not, I probably won't eat for the rest of the night. Have you ever had reverse sear steak? No. Oh, and by the way, we have 1 hour remaining. We've had $12 in donations. We are $38 away from extending the show by 1 hour. $38 short. I want to try an authentic Texan brisket. Sounds like heaven for your taste. Oh, brisket's fantastic, Benji. Depending on where you go. You want to go to a locally owned restaurant to get the really good stuff. The chains, not so much. Like there's a chain here, I don't know if they're anywhere else, but they're here in Texas called Smoky Moe's. Their brisket is, you want to go to a locally owned place. Now, when we lived in Cedar Park, our favorite place was a locally owned place that was called J&J's Barbecue, and their brisket was fantastic. Unfortunately, they went out of business about a year or so before we moved here. And 8th has found a barbecue place that he really likes, but it's a place that he goes to with his friends. I haven't been able to go there yet because for whatever reason, whenever I have had money where we could afford to go together, it just doesn't happen. And so 8th is the only one that's been there with his friends. I haven't been able to go there yet. Clean frame, I don't get that one. I'm trying to read that one in my head, and it's not making any sense to me. Italian subs are great. When I would go to Subway or Blimpies or wherever, I always got the Italian meatball sub. Except for Quiznos. When I go to Quiznos, they had a toasted grilled chicken sub that I really liked, and that's the one I'd get there. What is he doing up there? Whatever. Whatever, you guys. I hear 8th moving around up there. I don't know what he's doing, but I hear him moving around up there. Probably just taking a pee break from that Elden Ring thing. I fell on the floor pretty hard the other day because something slippery caused me to fall. My legs were hurt so bad I had to use a walker to walk, but I'm feeling a lot better today. Yeah, you got to be careful, man, because you can hurt your knee, set up a knee. You can hurt your hip, set up an infection in your hip joint. You can, pull the muscles in your crotch. You can do all sorts of stuff. Oh, okay, clean frame. I got you now. I never got into Mongolian food. IBS makes you want to jump out the window. Yeah, I'm not a fan. And it's not just the upset stomach and so many things making you sick and whatnot. It's how it all ends up in the bathroom too. That makes IBS just a wonderful, wonderful experience. One minute you're dropping a baby's arm, the next minute it's the chocolate explosion. You never know what you're going to get. Sometimes you get something that looks like a brown pencil. It's just because it makes you swell up in there. So, 1 minute you're able to have a normal, and then you'll get like sore and you'll swell up. And so then everything is like just this big around. And then sometimes, it'll look like shavings of chocolate. And then it'll just be like, big massive chocolate explosion. You never know what you're going to get. There's no consistency to it. All you know with any regularity is it's going to hurt when you sit down. That's about it. I bet Mexican food sits great in the stomach. I couldn't tell you. I haven't had Tex-Mex since we moved here. I haven't found a good replacement Tex-Mex restaurant yet. T-bone or sirloin? T-bone. Do you think artificial food dyes and sweeteners should be removed from the food we eat? Absolutely. Absolutely. They cause all sorts of problems. That too, Soul Drift. Have you ever had elk or... I've had bison. I've had a buffalo burger before. It was good. I enjoyed it. Haven't had elk. I have had deer. Deer was way gamey. I had deer barbecue. Didn't like it. But I did like my bison burger. That was many, many years ago, though. Haven't had one in a long, long time. Thoughts on Paul Bearer? he was funny, but I found his voice kind of annoying. Yeah, I couldn't understand what he was saying half the time. But there were some things that he did with Undertaker that I thought were funny, and with Mankind. My neck be popping, y'all. 50 minutes left, guys. 50 minutes left. $38 short. Y'all going to ask me questions, or am I just going to sit here and sway? Who should play Paul Bearer in a movie? I don't know, man. I don't think that should happen. I'm kind of happy about the fact that they canceled the Hulk Hogan movie over on Netflix. Did Undertaker hang on too long? I don't think so. I think he got out right when he needed to. I think he just had a couple of bad matches that, honestly, I think Undertaker would have been better off if he hadn't kept up the whole I'm only wrestling once a year thing. If he had tried to be a little bit more regular to where he wasn't built and having to shake off so much of the ring rust every year for WrestleMania, then it wouldn't have been a problem. But I understand him wanting to slow down and spend more time with the fam and all that, so, is what it is. Did you stop watching wrestling before? Yes. Have you ever played Nam, the PC game? No. Played the Neo Geo Nam. Family Guy or King of the Hill? Family Guy. I never was a big fan of King of the Hill. Talk to you later, 7th. Okay, Nicholas, have a good night. Do 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 do. Come on, guys, I'm getting bored over here. We got 47 minutes to go and $38 short. How long would Austin have wrestled if it was not for his injury? Hell, he could be like The Rock, still wrestling now. Part-time. 8th is still doing his thing up there. He ain't coming down here. Heck, he hasn't even been in the chat in forever. Been weeks and weeks. I stopped watching wrestling in 2004. I stopped watching it for good when Austin and Rock left. That's pretty much where it ended for me. Because I didn't really care about Cena or any of that era at all. At 7th, kind of a non-gaming... Who else would it be at? Kind of a non-gaming question. Why are old people cranky, especially when it comes to simple things? Pain, dementia, general dissatisfaction, and that this is the way that their life ends. Just a slow wasting away. As in, like, is they get to the point where they're asking the V'ger question. Is this all there is? Is there no more? Yes, the Attitude Era was my favorite era. Oh, 8th popping in for a few minutes. He must have heard me from high up on his perch. How's it going, 8th? We are $38 short of extending for another hour so as to afford your tabletop gaming table. So far, we have raised $234. So we're still roughly $750 short, give or take a few bucks. Yes, Neil Druckmann is a hack. We'll get you there eventually, 8th. We'll get you there eventually. And then you and your friends won't have to worry about, some of your game boards hanging off the side of that old dining room table up there. No, I have not played Viet Cong, the PC game. Because I generally don't play PC games. That's more of 8's thing. I could play PC games. I just don't because I don't like sitting in this chair playing games. I like sitting in my recliner playing games. Favorite local and chain pizza. I don't have a favorite local one. Favorite chain would probably be Pizza Hut because they make the New York style pizza that I like. I mean, it doesn't really taste like New York style pizza, but it's close enough for chain pizza. I'm not a big fan of Domino's. Papa John's is only good if you've got lots of that garlic sauce to dip it in. Otherwise, it's bland as hell. Marco's is so-so, but it's overpriced for the quality you get. Because that's another chain we have down here in Texas is Marco's Pizza. I think the closest thing you could compare it to would be old school Godfather's Pizza from back in the day. If any of you remember Godfathers. What I remember about Godfathers is it felt like more of the adult pizza place. It's like, if you had kids, you took them to Pizza Hut. If it was you and your friends, you'd go to Godfathers. And you'd drink some beer and play some Asteroids or whatever arcade games they had in there, and then eat your pizza and, figure out before everyone got drunk who was going to be the designated driver to drive everybody back. That was Godfathers, not Pizza Hut. Hi there, the high table. How's it going? This time you've actually got 40 minutes left. Max 88 again. Holy crap, Max. Max just donated $50. That puts us up to $62. So we are staying for another hour. Thank you, Max. I know 8th really appreciates it. So here we go. Max 88, Mr. Moneybags. Thank you so much, Mr. Max. So that puts us up to $62 for the night. And we are extended by 1 hour. We are... what? We are now $38 away from extending till 10 o'clock. So, well, I guess you showed up just at the right time, High Table, because now you're going to get an hour and 40 minutes with me and not just 40 minutes. In the meantime, Max, here's you $1 bill, sir. Appreciate you. Epic win from Max. Max really wants 8th to have that table. Nice. So far today we've had donations from Living Legend, Darkstar Archangel, and Max 88. Thanks to all of you. Thanks very much. Appreciate you all. But especially Max. Because Max is a beast. I'm just kidding. I appreciate it. You can donate $1 and it means a lot to me because that's $1 I didn't have. I grew up not having a whole lot, because cop money doesn't go very far. And so I'm very appreciative of things like that. Very, very appreciative. Did you play the SpongeBob movie game 100%? It will crush your soul. No, I did not. I did not. I didn't even finish the re-release of Bikini Bottom whatever Rehydrated. I didn't even finish that one. You think I'm going to finish the movie? I bought Eighth, that Patrick Star game that was broken as crap, and he seemed to have fun with it because of how broken it was, but I don't know how far he got in it. It's up there somewhere. It's up there somewhere. That makes us, so far towards the 1,000 for the table, $284. Nice. Nice. I presume I missed the preamble conversation, but I assume it went something like, back in my day, people wouldn't survive a Modern Warfare 2 lobby. Ha ha ha. I don't remember that coming up, no. Were you trying to type remember and just couldn't get there, future gamer? What are you trying to say there? Rocket power? Remember the Burger King on Xbox 360 called Sneak King? Yeah, I got one sitting on the shelf back there. My buddy Brian, he does a lot more of the hunting for deals around here than I do. And he came across a whole box of the 360 Burger King games, and so he gave me a copy. Actually, I think he gave me several copies, thinking I could take some of them as giveaways to Retropalooza. Only I couldn't afford to go this year because, doing the table thing. No Ratchet & Clank, Sly Cooper, Sony's missing out on money and great stories. Yeah. Hit send by accident. Well, how dare you? How dare you, sir? Wah, 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 wah. Ever played Pepsi Man? Once. I played Pepsi Man once. I think it was a ROM. I think I downloaded it. Or it was on one of these emulation things that I had. Sony needs to revive Siphon Filter and SOCOM. I know a lot of people asking for them. To be honest, I just glazed over at this point. I don't love games now the same way I did in 2007 to 2009 when social media and YouTube was young. Well, it's like, the older you get and the more things stop working the way they should in your body, and the more your money goes towards paying bills and paying for medical costs and paying for this and paying for that. A lot of times, even when I have spare time, I'm just so kind of tired and fed up that I have to push myself to play a game. Otherwise, I could end up just sitting and staring at YouTube for hours. Did you enjoy the Ang Lee Hulk game on PS2? I didn't hate it, but I wasn't a big fan of it. Too much of it was as playing as Bruce. Wasn't there a Coca-Cola? Not that I remember. If there was, I never played it. I think there might have been a Coca-Cola branded game on the 2600 back in the day. I think. I have a vague memory of that. Do you currently like the God of War original trilogy more than the Devil May Cry? Yes. Some games will actively punish you for not playing them. An example is Destiny 2, which I've clocked in over 4,000 hours and haven't bothered with it for about 3 months. I imagine Sea of Thieves would be the same way. That's one of the reasons why I don't get into these game-as-a-service games. I miss video stores. I'd rather rent games before. I get you there. It was fun going to the video store. It felt like an event. Sony is becoming bare minimum nowadays and re-releasing 3 to 5 year old games. No creativity, indie games, but We need the Sly Cooper, Ratchet Clank, and Daxter. Here's the thing, though. I have a feeling, I would be afraid of them doing a re-release, but not putting out a physical copy. Just being digital games that you buy. GameFly is still around, and they still rent games. I don't use GameFly for that. I use GameFly to buy used games for 8th Christmas. So a lot of times, if there's a new game out, say one that he's interested in, but it's not I need to play this today, like say Evil West, I won't buy it when it's new. I'll wait until a couple of months before Christmas, and I'll go on to GameFly, and it'll be there for $20, and I'll buy it for $20, and it will look pristine and brand new when I get it in the mail. That's what I use GameFly for. I don't rent from them. I haven't rented from them in years. But yeah, I used to, not so much Blockbuster, because I even spent 6 months working at a Blockbuster in Jacksonville, Florida once for some extra spending cash. But that would have been right around when Boondock Saints was a new movie. At least back in the day in my hometown, I preferred the local mom and pop video stores. Because a lot of times they would buy these really obscure B movies that you would never find in a Blockbuster. And we're talking like stuff that New Moon, Charles Band would probably look at and say, "Ooh, they didn't have much of a budget, did they?" We're talking like low budget stuff that Blockbuster wouldn't touch. That's why I liked going to the mom and pop stores. You never knew what you'd find in there. Black Bond did a video on how much money and time was wasted with Sony focusing on live service slop in studios. Well, they did. They wasted a ton of money, a ton of time. That's why they're in the situation they're in. That's why this generation has been so lackluster from their perspective, from a first party exclusive perspective, because they steered them towards all this live service crap, not realizing that people really like Overwatch, and people really like Fortnite. People really like Apex Legends. They don't want a dozen more Apex Legends or a dozen more Fortnites or a dozen more Overwatches because they already have those 3 games. They don't want to play yours with your generic characters that no one's ever heard of and no one gives a crap about. They don't want that. They want the one they already have, that they've already invested money and time in and have already built communities around. So yes, Concord flopped. And yes, Marathon will, if it ever makes it out, will probably flop. And yes, the heist one that they've got going with the lady that used to work for Ubisoft who now quit, it will probably flop. Because people will just play Payday instead of playing it. Yes, Helldivers was a success, but I think it's not because of its originality or anything, because it's still, just a co-op extraction shooter where you're fighting bugs. It's a rip-off of Starship Troopers and has that same humor as Starship Troopers, that same satire and humor as Starship Troopers, and that's what made it a success, was friends laughing their butts off, shooting bugs. That's it. There's nothing that separates it from any other extraction shooter out there aside from its tone and its humor. Sony, in my mind, to be successful in the live service space, would have to make something that's almost a new genre to be able to stand out. Or, here's an idea. Take one of their franchises that people have been asking for years, Legend of Dragoon, turn it into an MMO. I don't understand how they spent as much money as they did on Concord. It certainly wasn't on the screen. I didn't see $400 million on the screen with that game. Did 8th enjoy Doom the Dark Ages more than 2016 Doom and Eternal? Well, if he's still in here, you can ask him. Did you hear about the AMC Theater incident where they played Saw 4 instead of the B movie back in No, I haven't heard of that. Yeah, I don't think Marathon and Fair Games are releasing. Would be smart to cancel them now for a tax write-off. I agree. Derek Ray, the guy who played Hoxton, is my cousin. Okay. We need a Killzone or a Twisted. Yeah, these are games. These are games that are established that, you could turn into a live service thing, and people would be there for it. People would have been there for the Last of Us multiplayer. It was popular. If they hadn't canceled that in favor of garbage, that would have gone over. A Twisted Metal live service game would probably go over. A SOCOM might go over. It's been quite some time since there was... Well, Tenchu isn't Sony, though. Tenchu was FromSoft. You think they blew it on the trailer? I don't know if you heard 7th, but there was a controversy where someone got their art. Yeah, I know about the whole plagiarization thing with Marathon. That's why I'm saying, I think they're going to be lucky if it even comes out and Bungie is still a thing, another year or two from now. The whole reason that they bought them was because they wanted Bungie to be in charge of all this live service stuff that they were getting into. And now they've canceled all of that. So why do they, what's the point of Bungie still being there? Because Sony isn't making any money off of Destiny 2. Not anymore. Sly Cooper multiplayer. I don't know about that one. But it's my understanding that Microsoft gave Insomniac back the rights to Sunset Overdrive. And I am not a fan of Sunset Overdrive, but I know there was a lot of other people that were fans of Sunset Overdrive. You could turn that into a multiplayer live service thing, and that would probably do better than just another extraction shooter or another hero shooter or another MOBA or a Fortnite clone. Mag. I played Mag a little bit. I wasn't overly impressed with it. I thought it was very, very generic, that the only thing that set it aside from countless other shooters I'd played was the number of players online at once. That was pretty much it. The number of players on the map. And that was only because of console, I mean, there wasn't really a whole lot that set it aside gameplay wise. And the maps were all kind of generic. Like, I don't even remember one of the maps, and it was the one that looked like there was some kind of an industrial plant next to a logging plant, like a logging mill. And that's the only map that I remember. I haven't played Crossout. I don't really know anything about that one. I don't think 8th has an open official YouTube channel anymore. And if he does, he hasn't used it in forever. Portal 3. I know 8th is a fan of the Portal games. It was more like Battlefield than Call of Duty. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even remember what team I was on. They all look the same to me. Like I said, I was not impressed with Mag at all. I don't even know if I still have that coaster on the shelf upstairs. I might. I mean, it's certainly not worth anything. There isn't a Half-Life 3. There's a Half-Life Alex. We had Portal 2 for PS3. Eighth really got into the Portal games when he was younger. Yeah, I don't remember Soul Drift. I don't remember which team I played on. I didn't play it that much, I'll tell you that much. My last memory of that game is parachuting down and then running and diving under a shed and laying prone in that shed, shooting people from under the shed. That's what I remember most. Was I hit the ground, I went running in, I dove under that shed, and I just started taking guys out from under the shed. And it took them a while to find me, too. I don't know what Gabe's deal is. Oh, no. Where would you like to see God of War go next? I know a lot of people say Egypt, but Egypt's been kind of played out. I think I'd like him to go Aztec. Apocalypto. Quetzalcoatl and people's hearts getting ripped out and stuff. Would you rather have RDR3 with Jack than another prequel? Jack would complete the Marston story and conclusion. I don't know, man. I don't know. I would have preferred that Morgan didn't die. That's what I would have preferred. After God of War 3, I feel like I don't like the new ones as much as the original ones. I mean, they're a lot more nuanced, but I didn't play God of War for nuance. It was a pulp story. It felt like adult Clash of the Titans, and I was there for it. I liked its sense of humor. So I mean, there's things that I do like about the new games, but at the same time, I prefer the gameplay and the music, really, of the originals. Like especially the music of God of War 3. I love the soundtrack to God of War 3. It's fantastic. You want a Red Dead Redemption 1 remake? Didn't they do that? Didn't they do that for PS4? I think I own it. Or at least, well, not a remake. They did a remaster of it. I have it on PS4. Dead to Rights. Dead to Rights was kind of generic, man. The only thing that set it apart was the dog, which wasn't exactly a new idea. Shadow Dancer. Hello. Kratos versus Anubis would be epic. Well, I agree, but again, I just feel like Egypt's been overplayed. YouTube is full of videos about Egypt. Assassin's Creed already did Egypt. They did, Valhalla before God of War did it. If I remember right, didn't it? Or no, it didn't. No, they did Valhalla after God of War 4. Okay, but they were very close, as I recall. I think. I don't even remember anymore. Whatever. But, they've already done Egypt. You haven't seen anything really a whole lot for Mayan stuff or Incan stuff or Aztec. So, how about we go South American with it? You know? Or they could go Samoan with it and do all the island gods. Have Kratos versus, big Easter Island statues coming up out of the ground and attacking him and stuff. I got into the OG Xbox modding community and have the full library of games on that. What's on that? You could have Kratos versus the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And it would only be like one level of one game. And it would just be Kratos bursting into a cabin right in the middle of Joseph Smith, getting it on with his multiple wives and just beating Joseph Smith to death. And then that would be the end of the game. It'd be a very short game. I got into the OG Xbox modding community and have the full library of games on a 2 terabyte hard drive with SNES emulation support. So I have Donkey. Yeah, I have a modded Xbox too, but it doesn't have like the entire Xbox library on it. It mostly has, arcade games and NES and SNES and Genesis and all that on it. Asura's Wrath is more like, that's like Indian gods, I think. Like Indian gods. If you could have a side Red Dead Redemption game, who would you play, Sadie, Dutch, or Charles? I don't really like any of those characters. I just liked Arthur. Are those RGB lights on the chandelier back there? Those are blacklight LEDs. Blacklight LEDs. I don't remember the brand. I got them off Amazon. Kratos versus Sun Wukong. What's your favorite Shinobi game? Mine is 3. The horse riding. Yeah, 3 is probably the best of the bunch. Although I do like the Genesis version of Shadow Dancer. Not so much the arcade version, but the Genesis version is sweet. Dude, I thought God of War Ragnarok was boring compared to God of War 4. Ragnarok lacked with the big wow and turn. Well, that's because a lot of Ragnarok was still taking place in the areas that you were played in the previous game. And so, there was a lot of repeat scenery there. So you didn't have as much of the wow factor of coming around the corner and seeing all this big stuff. You've seen it. That's why. Jamsaran, I don't know how to pronounce that, is the Mongol god of war. Okay. And Tibetan. Okay. Alrighty then. Like, you couldn't really do Kratos in Japan per se, because they're all like Shinto or whatever. They worship their ancestors or whatever, as opposed to gods. I mean, I assume I think they had deities at some point, but then eventually it became Buddhism and or worshiping your ancestors. So that's why you're likely not going to see Kratos in Japan or China, but you might could see him in Egypt. You might could see him in South America. You could even see him for Native Americans, although they didn't really have as much either in the way of defined gods. Uh, not like the Mayans or the Incans or the Aztec did. You could maybe take him to the ancient Britons, do the whole, King Arthur and Merlin and Morgan Le Fay and all that stuff. Mordred. You could maybe take him there. But I think really, if I was going to pick one right now, it would be South America. I think that would be the most potential for seeing stuff that we haven't seen already. Because I tell you one thing you're never going to see. You're never going to see Kratos tackling any of the Middle Eastern religions. None of the Abrahamic religions. You're not going to see Judaism. You're not going to see Islam. You're not going to see Christianity. No. It's not going to happen. And there's no point in doing Romans because the Roman gods are just, basically renamings of the Greek gods. They just took the Greek gods and changed the names around. It's mostly the same story. Hercules, Heracles. Zeus, Jupiter. Yeah, I couldn't remember what the name. I'm not that versed, Raymond, in Japanese religion. I knew that there was Buddhism, and I knew there was something called Shintoism, and I knew that there was ancestor worship. I thought Shintoism was the ancestor worship, but I could be wrong. Who was your favorite race in Skyrim? I've always played as human. Have you played Tin Head on the Genesis? Long time ago. I do believe I have it on Genesis. I mean, it's got good graphics. I don't recall liking the gameplay that much, but I could be thinking of something else. Well, if Kratos went to India, it wouldn't be Islam he'd be fighting. It would be, Hindu gods, Kali and stuff like that. Which OG God of War game pre-Atreus crap was your favorite? 3. Loved 3. 3 was about as epic as it gets. About as epic as it gets. From Benji Bear. I personally didn't like Ragnarok at all. It was way too easy and also didn't play or feel like a God of War game. I'd rather play the original game 1,000 times better. Ryuku, aka modern day Okinawa, had Hashiman as their God of War. Okay. God of War 3 is your favorite game of all time. Understood. What weapon did you prefer in God of War 3? Oh, I can't remember the name of them now, but it was like I liked the sword, the big ass sword, and I liked the purple chains, the ones that had hooks on the end of them, and I liked those a lot. I can't remember the name of them now. Have you ever played the Legacy of Kain series? I liked the first one because it was kind of an action RPG kind of thing, and I liked Soul Reaver. That's about it. That's about it. Yeah, the Hades blades. Yeah, I liked the Hades blades. Those were fun. Hades claws, whatever they were called. The purple ones. I like the purple ones. 'The Claws of Hades.' The Cestus Lion gauntlets were cool too. Are those the ones that you got from Hercules? If I remember right, I think. Yeah, those were neat. Oh, goodness. How much water have you drank? I drank a lot. My eyeballs are floating right now. I'm probably going to have, since I've been extended by an hour, I'm probably going to have to get up and go to the bathroom here in a minute. My eyeballs are floating. Eight minutes till the top of the hour, and then we'll have 1 hour to go. I think I am going to do that, guys. I'm going to hit the restroom real quick before the last hour happens. Yes, it's true. If you drink too much water, it can kill you. There was a lady that actually was trying to win. I think she was trying to win a Nintendo Wii, and she did a contest on a radio show that was like take a Wii for a Wii or something like that. And she was supposed to drink a whole bunch of water uh, to win some like whiz in a can to win a Wii or some crap. I don't remember, but she ended up drinking so much water that it basically drowned her brain and she died. So yeah, Dynasty Warriors Gundam was short lived. It was pretty good though. No, I didn't like Ultimate Warrior. Guys, I'm going to mute my mic and I'm going to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. I'm just kidding. I'm fine. Get up there. All right. Oh, I feel 5 pounds lighter and 2 inches taller. Oh. And now I'm going to fill it right back up again. Now don't worry. This is sugar-free and caffeine-free. Oh. 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 Coke versus Dr. Pepper. I'd go Coke, but I like Pepsi more than Coke. I think it would be interesting if they did a game based like that for Korea, since they at one point had 3 kingdoms. Well, I mean, if you're going to go with Korea or China or whatever, somebody mentioned Mongolia earlier tonight. You could do Kratos versus Genghis Khan. Since 70% of the planet has DNA from Genghis Khan. Because he loved to R. You know what I mean. Oh, he lived to R. He R'd all over the place. And that's why 70% of the population of this planet has bits of Genghis Khan in their DNA. If he had been a gangster rapper or a rapper in the 80s, his name would have been Sir Rapes-a-Lot. Oh, did I say that out loud? Was Coke originally made with cocaine? Yes, it was. It was considered a medicinal thing. Pregnant women found it very popular at the time. Do you think GameCube is worth collecting for? Yeah, because not all of their games got ported to the Wii. There's still some originals that are still purely GameCube exclusive that never went anywhere else. Eternal Darkness. I think Eternal Darkness might have gotten a PC port or something, but it wasn't re-released for the Wii. But there's some other ones too. Have you ever passed out trying to release a Kraken? No, I've never pulled an Elvis. I've never pulled an Elvis. Genghis Khan would R Kratos or Subutai. Isn't Subutai the swordsman from Conan the Barbarian? That was played by the surfer. Can't remember his name, but he was played by a popular surfer. Now there's a movie I want on 4K, Conan the Barbarian. I want the 4K for that. I want the 4K for Demolition Man. There's a lot of 4Ks that I want that I haven't been buying because a table, saving for 8's table. So today's donation so far puts us up to $284. $284. We're getting there slowly but surely, folks. And if y'all want to help 8th live his dream so him and his friends can play all of their wonderful, fantastic tabletop role-playing games up there, then all you got to do is hit that gray button with the $sign on it. In the meantime, for the second time tonight, one hour remaining. We have 1 hour left to go, and we are... what? What? Yeah. We are $38 away from extending it by another hour. So, get y'all's questions in. Because I don't think another $38 is going to drop tonight. Subutai was a Mongol general and was a right-hand man to Genghis Khan. I'm not up on my Genghis Khan. I just know that he loved to, Who's the better action star, Arnold, Stallone, or Van Damme? Arnold. Have you seen Whiplash? Yes. It is 10:02 in Ohio. Great. Do you have the 4K of Terminator 2? No. I recently got it off eBay. It's a steelbook case with T800 on the front, John Connor in the back. No, I don't have that one. I do not have that one. I haven't bought a 4K in a good long while because building 8's table room upstairs. When I commit to something, guys, I commit to it. The only reason I have this Power Ranger game is because I had already pre-ordered it from a long time ago. I didn't walk into the GameStop and buy that. We got him shelves. We got him several games to get him started. And even helped out a little bit for his workshop room. He's already got a workbench. We got him a paint set. We got him a soldering iron. He's already used it to repair the Vintage Techniques receiver upstairs. We need to get a rubber mat to go under the table so he can use that soldering iron a little more safely without having to worry about anything potentially falling and setting the carpet on fire. So we need to get one of those rubber mats that go underneath the table that his chair can roll. And he needs some kind of a chair for in there because currently he only has a chair for his game room. So he's going to need some kind of a workbench or a chair to go in there. He's going to need shelves to go in there to hold all of his computer parts and his modeling kit parts and all that stuff. That will come later. Right now we're focusing on the middle room, which is the tabletop gaming room. And it has all the shelves. It has a mini refrigerator. It has its own microwave. Has its own rack for snacks. It's got shelves for the bigger big box games. Then it's got a shelf for the long box thinner games like the stuff from the vintage stuff from the 70s and 80s. And literally all he needs right now in there is an actual gaming table. And that's what we're saving for. So if you are so inclined, gray button with a $sign on it. Genghis Khan went on an R page. Yes, he did. You have a record player. We have 2 record players. One is a $400. Oh, I accidentally flipped the bird. One is a $400 and some odd unit. Don't even remember the brand name on it. That I think it was Ars Technica or something like that. That I bought him for Christmas, for his birthday. And the other one is a vintage 1995 model Techniques record player that goes with his stereo, with my stereo up there. That one is starting to have some problems. He's probably going to, for one thing, one of the hinges on the little cover is broke. So he was having to manually pick up and place the lid instead of being able to just close it. And also it was there were some instances where it wasn't picking up and going back to the spindle or the holder the way it was supposed to. So that also might be one that he has to open up and take a look at and see if there's anything he can fix in there for it too. But, he's at least got that one as a backup. Oh, you didn't know? Your ass better call somebody! Did you think God of War Ascension was a good game? I've never played it. It was all right. It wasn't terrible. You just didn't care about any of the stuff that was going on in the story, because especially if you had played through the PSP games, because it was all prequel. What's your favorite records? Punk rock and 80s rock. That's it. And Elvis. Punk rock, 80s rock, and Elvis. Terminator Resistance needs a sequel. I haven't actually played it yet. I played all the way through RoboCop, but I haven't played Terminator, which technically came before RoboCop. And so, I'll eventually get around to it. I mean, it's sitting back there on the shelf. Wah, 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 wah. What was the 2 4K movies you wanted? Conan the Barbarian, and what was the other one? Demolition Man. 100% super underrated. That said, I can't wait for Terminator 2D coming this September. They built an engine just for the... Yeah, I saw it. It looks fun. Yeah, RoboCop Rogue City. I'm only two trophies away from the platinum on that, but it would require me to replay through most of the game to get to the big warehouse scene where all the robots were, because I didn't realize that you could kill those robots a lot quicker by just running up and punching them in the head. And so I was trying to shoot them all, so it took me way longer than 10 minutes to finish that level. And so I'm missing that trophy and like one other one. Game Boy Advance or DS? I prefer Game Boy Advance. Game Boy Advance had a fantastic library. Fantastic. And I mean, if you can get your hands on a device that allows you to play Game Boy Advance games on your TV, get one, man. It's fun stuff. Fun stuff. Lots of great RPGs, too. Ton of great RPGs on that system. Used to drive my ex-wife nuts because we'd go somewhere and I'd have Game Boy Advance in my pocket, and in the other pocket I'd have like a whole pile of Game Boy Advance carts. So that, when she went clothes shopping, instead of sitting there in the man chair holding her purse, I'd be outside on a bench in the mall playing Game Boy Advance waiting for her to get done. I wasn't doing that holding the purse crap in the husband chair. That wasn't me. I just go sit out by the fountain and play Game Boy Advance and let her shop to her heart's content. If she had something she wanted me to look at, she'd come out and find me, and I'd go in there and wait for her to try it on and look at it, and then tell her what I thought of it, and then I'd go back out to the fountain. I did not do the husband chair holding the purse crap. There were a few times that I went into the dressing room with her. I remember getting a Game Boy Advance for Sonic Advance and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 Advance. I mainly wanted one for RPGs. I will say, though, I was not a huge fan of Game Boy Advance until the SP came out and it was backlit. Because that original Game Boy Advance was so hard to see what you were doing. Not having a backlight on that original model was just murder. On my eyeballs. Come on, man. Max88 paid for this extra hour. Y'all need to ask questions. Questions. Keep the party going, y'all. Come on. Terminator Resistance was 4 years before RoboCop Rogue City. Yeah, and I didn't play it until they re-released it on PS5. Well, I didn't buy it. I haven't played it at all, but I didn't buy it until they re-released it on PS5. The 5. So actually, I bought RoboCop first, beat RoboCop, and someone said, hey, they made that Terminator game that came out a few years ago, and I went and bought that for PS5. Magic or Bird? Neither. Jordan. Yeah, here's my little crappy Temu Mario clock thing that looks like it was made with AI. El cheapo little clock. I just haven't really found anywhere that I'd want or need a clock that small. You dig? I recommend Max Payne on the GBA, underrated hidden gem. If this was 2005, we'd be talking about E3 next month. Yes, we would. Yes, we would. I kind of miss those days. I miss watching E3 and watching all the reveals and all that. Do you like the band Dokken? Yes. Especially their album, Back for the Attack. That's my favorite Dokken album. You know, Kiss of Death, Cry of the Gypsy, Sleepless Nights. That's a badass album. That's why I made sure that 8th had a copy for his record player upstairs. Even though he's not near as into hair metal as I am, that's one that I felt was important for him to have. Just in case I wanted to yell up, hey 8th, put on Back for the Attack, so I could listen to it. I mean, sure, I could pull it up in my Spotify and Bluetooth it to the receiver. I could do that. Or I could pull it up in my Spotify and play it through my PS5 out my Sony soundbar and subwoofer. But I don't want to do that. I'd rather him play it on his record player up there and just let it echo all over the house. Because let me tell you something. Those Technics tower speakers are loud. 2 12-inch woofers. Big, 80s and 90s style wooden tower speakers. Oh, they put out some sound, baby. They put out some sound. They need to bring back E3 and move it to Las Vegas. I don't know, man. There'd be too much hookers and blow. They did a music video for Dream. Yes, I know. I was alive and watching MTV when it came out. I miss E3, the PS3 era, back when you, Rev, El Presidor, Truth Setting You Free, Wipeout, Treasy, Blackbuster Credit, and Shokio ran the show. Yeah, those were the days. MLD. Noxious BLD. Yep. Wipeout still makes videos. Did you know that? Nobody watches them, but he still makes videos. Family Guy or Beavis and Butthead? I still got to go with Family Guy. Beavis and Butthead were fun in short bursts. I couldn't take them for too long, though. I was still in high school when Beavis and Butthead came out. Released in 1987. Yep. I want to say I was in... I want to say I was in 7th grade in 1987. 7th grade. General G. Don't really remember British Fanboy that much. I remember him a little bit. I remember Glock Ninja, of course. Of course, there was also Hellhound 30X. Family Guy or South Park? South Park. Did you know who else is fun in short bursts? Who? Do I remember? Infinite Retro's still around, but he doesn't call himself Infinite Retro anymore. I think he calls himself Fate or something like that. His channel is all about Mortal Kombat now. It's like a solely focused on Mortal Kombat channel. And he's actually reestablished himself and built an audience. I mean, he doesn't get like 100,000 views or stuff like that, but he gets decent for Trey Brotherhood era numbers. A few thousand views per video, which is more than what I get nowadays. I mean, look at the Trey for Life documentary. I think the highest viewed one got like 900 views. Retro gets way more than that just talking about Mortal Kombat. I am past my prime, guys. Nobody cares about old 7th no more. Just you. About 1,000 of you guys. That's about it. That's all that's left. Any 70s or 80s commercials you miss? Empire commercials are nostalgic. We didn't have, or if you're talking about Empire Records, we didn't have that. We had Camelot Records, which eventually became FYE, and we had the Record Bar, which just went out of business. We also had Turtles Records. Turtles Records were fun because they gave you these little stamps that you could collect in a stamp book to get a free record. So I liked going to Turtles. I'd say most of my music I bought at Camelot. And then Camelot became FYE, Record Bar went out of business, and then we had Media Play for a while. But 70s or 80s commercials, do you guys remember Calgon? It was like a hair lotion or like a conditioner or shampoo or some kind of a relaxing bubble bath thing that was marketed for women. You'd see some businesswoman that's like really getting haggard at work, everyone's coming to her and bugging her and all this, or you'd see some mom, stay-at-home mom, housewife that's getting behind on her chores and her kids are driving her nuts, and then she would just grab her head and say, Calgon, take me away! And then the next thing you'd see is she's like practically having an orgasm in this giant bubble bath that looks like it's in some mansion somewhere. I miss the Calgon commercials, yes. I thought those were funny. And then, of course, the Dunkin' Donuts guy. Time to make the donuts. Yeah, I remember him. And, of course, the Wendy's lady. Where's the beef? Yeah, I remember her. And then any of the toy commercials with the little kids pretending that they actually like these toys and are playing with them. You had your Star Wars and your He-Man and your Transformers and your G.I. Joe and your Mask. And I remember the old George Plimpton commercials showing how the crappy graphics in television were way superior to the crappy graphics on the 2600. And then, in 1982 or whatever, the ColecoVision came out and was almost as powerful as the NES and blew everything out of the water. You came across me in 2009. Well, I'm glad you were wearing a condom because that would have been quite a mess. Yes, Broken Game still makes videos. Was there Rambo Black Flak bubble gum? I don't remember it if there was. I remember, Bubblicious, Bubble Yum, Hubba Bubba, and Big League Chew. Those are the four that I remember. Oh, and Fruit Stripe Gum and Juicy Fruit. Mr. Moon mascot for McDonald's. That was Mac Tonight. His name was Mac Tonight, and they took the old song Mac the Knife and turned it into Mac Tonight for the commercials. He wasn't called Mr. Moon. I mean, he had a moon for a head, but his name was Mac Tonight. Jim Varney. Hey, Vern. Know what I mean? I always liked in Ernest Goes to Prison where he gets electrocuted and he's going... Crack me up every time. That's one of my other obscure impersonations is Ernest P. Worrell being electrocuted. Oh, I'm such a dumbass. Oh, and that made my head hurt too. Oh, I've felt that right in my lobes. I heard they made some type of Rambo gum in the 80s because of its popularity. Well, if they did, I never saw it. It sounds gross. Oh, Ernest in the Army? That one was one of the ones where he made that as an indie film after Disney dropped him. Disney dropped him after Ernest Scared Stupid. And then he went back to making low-budget indie Ernest movies. And so that's when you got Ernest Goes to Class or whatever, Ernest in the Army, Ernest Goes to Africa. I think there was 3 of them. Yeah, he died of a brain tumor. What candies do you miss that stuck in the 70s, 80s? I can't think of a single one that's not still around as far as the candy that I ate back in the day. I can't think of any, because most of the candy that I ate is still around. You can still get Hershey bars, you can still get Rolos, you can still get whatchamacallits, Kit Kats, Reese's, M&Ms, Zero bars, which every now and again I liked having a Zero bar because it had kind of a vanilla taste. Hi, Shadow Deist. The military one was the last one. I remember the one that he did that was called like Dr. Otto and the Threat of the Moonbeam or something like that. And it was like this character that he created that you saw in some of his other stuff, but he was like this like evil mad scientist who had a hand growing out of the top of his head. So he had this hand on his head all the time. And it was like a movie that he made before Ernest blew up. And it had Ernest in it, and it had the old lady with the neck brace in it. A bunch of his characters were in this thing, and it was called Dr. Otto and the Curse of the Moonbeam or something like that. If you've never seen it, you ought to see it, because it's got some like Pee-wee's Playhouse level of insanity in it. And as far as I know, it was made before Pee-wee's Playhouse existed, so you should check it out. I think. 7th, what are your thoughts on the ChatGPT app? I haven't actually used it. I think it was in the lungs. Yeah, but it spread to his brain, if I remember right. Yes, Ernest voiced Slinky in the first 2 Toy Stories. He died before before the third one was made. Shock Tarts. Private Pile versus Spider-Man. I don't like sour candy. I'm not a fan of sour candy. Closest I came to sour candy were the sweet tarts that came in the little, they look like little pills, and they came wrapped in. I've got a whole bunch of them left over from Halloween last year. They don't expire for like 2 or 3 years. So I'll just give away the rest of them next Halloween. Would a Pee-wee and Ernest crossover be fun? Well, it'd be especially funny now because they're both dead. You'd have to do it with puppetry. Who was more of a badass soldier, Rambo or Private Ryan? Private Ryan wasn't badass at all. It was the guys that went after him that were badasses. Now I just have Chewy Spree. Okay. Remember, Private Ryan had to be rescued. Pulled out of the war because he was the last remaining living son. Tom Hanks was the hero of that movie. I think it could have been interesting, Pee-wee and Ernest. Like if Ernest was his neighbor. Because, they both had, like, weird, wacky houses with, Rube Goldberg machines inside and weird stuff like that. And Ernest's little rat terrier rim shot. No, Tom Hanks didn't play Private Ryan. He played the guy hunting for Private Ryan. For Memorial Day, I should have watched We Were Soldiers and Black Hawk Down. And he should have watched Band of Brothers. He should have marathoned Band of Brothers. That's what he should have done for Memorial Day. Ever had a bed bug infestation? No. Because I keep a clean house. I keep a clean house. I've never had an apartment or a house or anything that had bed bugs in it. Not even a hotel. But especially not in a house I owned or rented or an apartment I owned or rented. No bed bugs, no roaches, no nothing. Pee-wee's was in a Cheech and Chong movie. Yeah, I know. Did you see Empire Strikes Back in the theater? Yes, I saw the original Star Wars in the theater. I was 3 years old, and I had to sit on my dad's knee because I was too short to be able to see over the seat in front of me. So I watched all of A New Hope on my dad's knee in 1977. Do you like the Transformers films? I like some of them. No, I didn't care for Squid Game. I've stayed in some rotten hotels. You ever seen that Willem Dafoe movie, The Florida Project, that took place in a little hotel in outside of Disney World? That hotel was called the Magic Castle Inn, and it was the most affordable clean hotel on the 92 Strip. It wasn't fancy. It was kind of a crappy, what you see is what you get hotel, but it was clean and there was no roaches or anything in it. And me and the ex, when we wanted to take 8th to Disney World for the day, but we didn't have the money to book an actual hotel on property at my employee rate, we would stay at Magic Castle Inn because it was like, under $50 a night. And so we'd book a room there, and then we'd hightail it over to the parks. It was always clean, but it was kind of neat to me that we stayed in that hotel so many times, and here was Willem Dafoe making a movie there. Watching horror stories of people fixing game consoles that were infested with bugs is funny as hell. That kind of thing used to happen when I worked at Circuit City. There'd be guys wanting to return stereos to get a refund. And we would be like, well, you're way past your 30-day. So you got the 2-year extended warranty. That means we can try to fix it. And if we can't fix it, then we can replace it. But you can't get your money back. And so we had a guy that was like, well, just never mind. And he walked off and left his stereo there. and we cracked that thing open, and roaches just poured out everywhere. And man, that was a mess. Trying to keep them from getting out onto the sales floor. Oh. Oh. The apartment I'm in now had bugs when I moved in. Then I wouldn't have moved into it, son. I would have gone to the landlord and said, look, y'all need to clean that crap out before I step foot in this, and you're going to give me a discount on my first month's rent. What didn't I like about Squid Game? I just didn't like it. I thought it was dumb. Do I have a favorite Mission Impossible movie? The first one. I keep my room clean, but apparently my bed was 20 years old, so it probably had dormant bed bugs. Why do you have a 20-year-old bed? Did you buy it at a thrift store? I'm not making fun of you, living legend, but how did you end up with a 20-year-old mattress? Like, ooh? No offense, but ooh? Hey, 7th, which do you like better, the 007 theme or the Mission Impossible theme? 007. Yeah, I didn't like the second one at all. I did not like Mission Impossible 2 at all. The plot was just kind of all over the place. I was not a fan. By the way, we're down to the last half hour. Got 30 minutes left and $38 short of extending to 11. So get your questions in, folks. Get your questions in. Who's my favorite James Bond? As an actor, Pierce Brosnan. But man, some of the scripts that he had were stupid. Stupid. GoldenEye was good, and then they just got dumber and dumber and dumber as he went along. Like, you know, a big evil base built out of ice and just really stupid stuff. But as an actor playing the part, Pierce Brosnan by far my favorite. The mattress was 5 years old. I had the bed for 20 years. Well, you know, bed bugs don't tend to live in the bed frame. They live in the mattress. And if you got the mattress from someone else, like used, don't buy used mattresses, son. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't buy used furniture. No used chairs, no used couch, no used ottoman. And when I need a new piece of furniture, I buy it new. And that's one of the reasons why. Because when you go and, you see an ad, couch is still in like new condition. Here it is sitting pristine on our driveway. You have no idea how skanky those people are behind closed doors. Buy new. You can go to clearance and buy new furniture that just never sold, so they're selling it for dirt cheap, but don't buy used. Especially not beds. Yeah, Chris G, if you ran a UV light over Living Legend's mattress, it probably looks like a Jackson Pollock on there, man. God, help. World is not enough. I just got a new bed and I think I regret it. Well, you would have regretted it more if you bought used. Die Another Day was the dumbest 007 film. No wonder it was rebooted. I don't know, man. It might have been the dumbest Pierce Brosnan one, because some of those Roger Moore ones were really stupid. Do you think killing off James Bond was a mistake? No, because it's not one long, continuous canon. You know, they can just reboot the whole thing with a different actor. Just like, Christian Bale's Batman was not a continuation of Michael Keaton's Batman. They just rebooted the whole thing. So they'll just reboot James Bond again. Only reason I changed the bed is because I lost the comfort with the one I had for 10 years. Yeah, Skyfall was good. The Skyfall theme was pretty good, yeah. Skyfall was probably my favorite of the Daniel Craig ones. I mean, I did like Spectre, but some of it just got to be too stupid. It started to veer into stupid territory. I mean, I do think that James Bond has to have some level of stupid to make it James Bond. That's why I didn't like Casino Royale, because it was too straightforward. It felt more like a Jason Bourne movie than a James Bond movie. You've got to have a little bit of stupid in there for it to feel like James Bond. You got to have your M and your Q and your gags about the gadgets, and you have to have the woman that's the enemy woman that you seduce, and you have to have the megalomaniac that's trying to take over the world and all that kind of stuff. It's just sometimes they veer too far into the stupid. Who would be a great James Bond now? Cavill, maybe? I would say Cumberbatch, but he's already done Sherlock, so... And technically speaking, we know what Henry Cavill James Bond would be like, because he already played a British spy in the reboot movie of The Man from U.N.C.L.E. So if you go back and watch that, that's probably what his James Bond would be like. Christian Bale. I don't know, man. Christian Bale's really starting to show his age. The last couple of things I've seen him in, he didn't look all that great. Yeah, I just said that, Soul Drift. It's not Man of Uncle, it's Man from Uncle, which is it's a movie remake of an old TV show. The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Can't remember the name of the actor that starred in it. But I think it was from the 60s. It was around the same time as, in the same general time as the original Mission Impossible show, The Saint, The Avengers, which also got remade into a movie. Not a very good one. Yo, Seven, how you been, my old man? I'm fine, Richard, thank you. I know my parents watch it. Well, there goes the demonetization. Why? What did I say? What did I say? I didn't think I said anything all that offensive. I didn't use an F word. What are you going on about, QB? Ever played From Russia with Love? No, did not play that one. You should have the arcade on. It would make your podcast look cooler. I tried that once, but you couldn't even see what I had on the screen in the background because of how bright it was. So it just looked like a big white screen. So there was no point. Any new James Bond films coming out? Nothing that I've heard about so far. Haven't heard about anything new. Haven't heard any casting rumors either. We're down to the last 15 minutes, folks. 15 minutes, and we are $38 short of extending to 11 o'clock. You can't say grape. They'll call snuggles struggles. Oh, you're kind of behind, aren't you? You're watching where it was a while ago. You're not up to date. So turn the brightness down. I don't want to turn the brightness down. I have it the way I like it for playing it. It just doesn't show up good in this crappy Brio camera. I was not a fan of the Spyro games. I'm playing Croc Remastered right now. Do you remember playing the original? Yes, I didn't like it. The best Sean Connery was Goldfinger. I liked You Only Live Twice, I think it was. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Well, that puts us up to $112. So your time has been extended. Thank you, Richard, and here's your dollar bill. So we are now $38 away from extending till midnight. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate you. So now y'all will have me for another hour and 15 minutes. I'm not upset. I'm not upset. I'm just I had resolved myself to I was getting ready to be done for the night because I'm in a little bit of pain. But it's all right. It's okay. I'll make it through it. I appreciate all the help. All of this is going towards 8th's tabletop gaming table for his game room upstairs, so it's cool. Maybe we're going to get back-to-back 6-hour streams. Not without another $38, we're not. Sopranos or Breaking Bad? Breaking Bad. I never got into Sopranos. I just didn't I didn't like the whole thing of this mafia boss going to a shrink. I didn't like that concept. The minute he walked in and started talking to that shrink, I lost all interest in the show and I never went back to it. To this day, I've only seen, one episode of Sopranos. Because he walked in, he started talking to that shrink, and I'm like, I'm out. I'm done. Through the pain. Fight through the pain, 7th. Fight. Well, it's not easy, man. All of this hurts. All of this hurts. My lower back hurts. You can end the show now. All you got to do is take off your shirt. No. Who do you think I am? Review Tech USA? No. I have dignity. I'm not doing that. Did you like Ted? What, with the talking bear? Yeah, it was all right. The second one got on my nerves and stretched my credulity past my willingness to suspend disbelief, but, I liked the first one okay. So where does that put us? Let's see. That puts us up to $334 towards 8's gaming table. So we have we have 666 left to go. 666. Oh. Somebody better hurry up and donate another $1 so we're not on 666 left anymore. Or 8's gaming table's going to be cursed. Cursed! Can you take pain relief meds? Yeah, but they're all the way over there, and I don't want to get up to go get them. My back hurts. And it's not anything fancy. It's ibuprofen. I don't take anything serious. I learned my lesson on that a long time ago. I got in a wreck in 1995. It's the one I'm always talking about, how it ruined my left arm, and I haven't been able to play guitar right since. Yeah. They put me on propoxyphene when I had that wreck, which was a form of Darvocet. And I almost got addicted to that crap. And I weaned myself off of it because I could feel myself starting to crave it. And so I weaned myself off of it. And ever since then, I won't take anything but ibuprofen. That's all I'll take. And I don't know if it has anything to do with it, but the last time that I've had to be in a hospital was to have my tonsils out years and years and years ago. They put me, when I woke up, they put me on a morphine drip, and it wasn't doing nothing. It's like I was immune to morphine. My throat just kept getting hurting more and more and more, and they kept coming and up in my morphine drip, and it wasn't doing anything. So they took me off the morphine, and they switched me to something called Dilaudid, or Dilaudin. And when that stuff hit me, all of a sudden, I wasn't high or anything, but I was like the most comfortable and the most chill that I had been all my life. It's like nothing worried me. And I was just having a nice conversation with the nurse, and it changed my whole outlook on everything. My ex-wife was there, but she wasn't getting on my nerves. She was just there. And the nurse was having a friendly conversation with me. And everyone was waving to me as they walked by, and I'd wave back. Hi, how's it going? I'm just your friendly neighborhood 7th, and I'm doing just fine. Of course, all that wore off about 6 hours after I got home from the hospital, and then it was ibuprofen. How much do you need for a new camera? I don't know, because I don't know what kind of camera I would need. I want something that has a nice, crisp, high-quality picture to it. I watch some of these streamers, and, their streams look way nicer than mine. They're not as grainy as mine. The frame rate's better than mine. Everything is improved. What I have is this Logitech Brio, and I think I paid like over $150 for it when it was new. But I know a lot of them, they're not even using a webcam like I am. They're using like a DLSR that they have hooked up through USB or something. And those things are $700, $800, $1,000 or more. I don't have that kind of money. Not even close. Especially since I'm saving up, I'm taking donations and saving up $1,000 for a table for 8th upstairs. And that was the cheapest one I could find. That wasn't a fold-away table. Thoughts on the movie Small Soldiers? It was okay. It was all right. I don't consider it a classic or anything. I can't wait to get my 9800 X3D soon. 3D Cash is a real game chaser. Well, all right then. I hope you enjoy it. You should have gone to Retropalooza or whatever it's called and stand in front of Boogie while he did his locale TTS stream. Well, I didn't feel like going to Retropalooza because I didn't have the money. I didn't have hotel money. I didn't have money to buy anything. You know, I'm not popular enough to be a paid guest there, where, Jay provides me with a hotel and I get paid to sit there and have a panel and sign autographs and all that kind of. I'm not that popular. I'm not popular enough for that. He has paid my way one time. He got me a hotel room one time, but just that once. Have you ever used a Ouija board? Yeah, when I was a kid. My neighbor had one. I wasn't impressed. Richard, yeah, that's how I feel about weed, but I don't like doing any drugs. Soul Drift, when I got a colonoscopy in my wisdom teeth, they put me on something that made me feel laid back and fall asleep. First dose stoned me, second dose knocked me out. Major Chip Hazard versus Chucky. You work in IT, they make great money. It can't be that expensive now. I still make less than six figures, man. Yes, I work in IT, but I don't work that high in IT. I'm not a manager, and I'm not a developer. I'm an analyst, and I don't make six-figure money as an analyst. Why is the table $1,000? Seems like a lot. Because it's built specifically for tabletop gaming. It has a recessed pit that the boards fit down in, and you get these pieces that go on that are cup holders and cups that hold the dice and cups that hold your cards and all these other things that like mount to the sides of the table. I mean, that's actually cheap compared to the other brands out there. Some of them get up $4 or $5 grand. Especially the ones that are like hand carved, made out of oak. Very expensive. Favorite Italian food? It'd be a tie between just regular old spaghetti and meatballs and chicken Alfredo. Have you ever thought about joining the Lolcow podcast? I'm sure Boogie could help you get in. I'm not popular enough for that, and plus I'm not a lolcow. You have to be a lolcow for that, and I am not one. I'm the guy that trolls and antagonizes the lolcow, not the lolcow himself. Like I troll Boogie every time I go to Retropalooza. He doesn't take any of it seriously. He acts like he does on camera, but he knows I'm just messing with him. So he plays along with it every time I do it. But, that's one of my favorite things about going to Retropalooza is messing with Boogie and getting it on camera. Like the game Go. I don't know which. Army Men, Sarge's Heroes, Risotto, and... I'm looking at clips from E3 2001. This was... Okay. Does Solid Rev still have you blocked? Yes, he does. No idea why. Well, I assume it's because he got his feelings hurt when I made that comment about him begging Grok for compliments, which was just a joke. I didn't mean it seriously or anything, but, he blocked me for it. Magic powers. Boogie like them young girl. Well, I mean, she's over 21 now. I think she was 20 when he started dating her. I've met her, she's nice. I don't think I could do it. It'd feel like dating my little sister if I had a little sister, which I don't. I was an only child, but that's what, I look at her and I think, and to me, she's a kid. I even though I know that she's over 21 and is an adult woman, I look at her and she's a kid. I couldn't do it. I don't think I could date anyone younger than like 35, maximum youngest. And even that would be 15 years younger than me. So that'd still be kind of, but I don't think I'd go any younger than that. Max 35. Do I still talk to Tokes? Yeah, when he's on here. He hasn't been on here lately. He was on a few weeks ago. I still remember E3 2008 when we got the God of War 3 demo with the Chimera boss. Yeah. You could be a lolcow. All you got to do is make a video going crazy, and also, besides Boogie and Keemstar, everyone on there is a nobody. Yeah, but I couldn't do it because that would be too much for my work. You know, doing what I do now on the internet, they don't have a problem with that. But doing the kind of stuff that goes on with the lolcow podcast, they wouldn't be cool with it. So, no. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Eighth, if you're still listening, I left my phone at my chair, so if you've been texting me or anything, I haven't seen it. Just letting you know. I forgot to bring my phone over here when I started the show. And I don't feel like getting up to go get it. Because I am in pain right now. I am feeling my age. Oh, Lordy. Maybe if I'm nowhere near retirement age, son. And I don't have enough in my 401k to be able to live off of it. I only got like $76,000 in my 401k. That's not enough to retire off of. Not even close. No, I'll probably die before I'm reach retirement, I'm able to retire. Yes, 7th is in too much pain to get up. That's not the same as being lazy. I'm just hurting and I don't want to get up. It was bad enough getting up to go to the bathroom. That's why I'm rocking. I'm rocking because it's shifting the weight on my back to keep it from localizing to one spot where the pain can get too bad. 7th is the type of dude you want to listen to his campfire tales. Oh, I got stories. I got stories, lads. Yes, indeedy. The only thing is I'm 50 years old now, so I forget the ones I have and haven't told. So it happens with 8th all the time, and it's so embarrassing to me. There's nothing in this world that makes me feel older than telling 8th about something, and he's like, yeah, Dad, you told me about that last year. I hate that. It makes me feel like a solid grandpa. When I start to tell him about something, he's like, yeah, you already told me that story. Kills me, because I never used to be like that, and now I am. And my dad used to be the same way, and I used to make fun of him over it. He'd be, did I ever tell you about the time I met Elvis Presley at the Hollywood Bowl? Yes, Dad, you've told me that story. Did I ever tell you about the time we went to investigate this case and a naked guy went swinging out of a tree like Tarzan and hit me in the face with? Yes, Dad, you've told me that story. New AI robots that are like human muscles taking over all. Well, they can't take over all jobs. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to retire unless suddenly AI and robots took over all the jobs, and so they had to put me on some kind of universal wage deal, universal living wage or whatever they call it, where everyone gets so much a month. That's the only way I'd be able to do it. And they'd probably take this house away from me and put me in a pod somewhere eating bugs. Someone should just say they want you to retire and give you $150,000 a year. If only we could find somebody. You make it sound like I need a sugar daddy. I'm not. I don't butter that side of my bread, son. 7th, everything you feel old, just remember Tom Cruise is 62. Kiss my ass, Richard. My birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday. 7th, thoughts on King of the Hill getting or don't care. Never was a fan. 7th, you are going to be doing this podcast at 85. No, I won't, because I won't live that long. Men in my family don't live that long. There hasn't been a member of my family that's lived past 66 since my great-great-grandfather on my dad's side lived to be 97. But he was 6.5 foot tall. He was 6.5 foot tall and, was a very active individual. Smoked like a chimney. Drank like a fish. 96 years old. That won't be me. My dad died at 61. My uncle died at 62. My grandfather on my mom's side died at 66. Dad died of heart failure. My uncle died of cancer. My grandfather died of cancer. The odds are stacked against me, lads. I'm 50. I'll be lucky if I have another 10 years. Do I like Nardia? Did you mean Narnia? Do you have any cool stories of you being in Miami? I think you already know the stories I told about being in Miami when I was doing a computer install and they had me staying at the Holiday Inn there on the South Beach Strip. And it's like I woke up in that movie The Birdcage. There was just gay as far as the eye could see. It was all around me. And that was fine, I don't care about that kind of thing, It was an adventure that the people in the hotel room next to me were a newly married gay couple that were having their honeymoon nuptials all night long with their headboard banging against the wall while I was trying to sleep. I just joked with them about it the next morning, hey, could y'all maybe, turn the other way and face the TV when you're doing that? Because you knock some spackle off my ceiling. I'd like to get some sleep tonight. They thought it was funny. They had a good laugh about that. That's really the only Miami story I have, because everything that week that I was there was just that, my up and close encounters with gay culture and Cuban culture, but mostly gay. Narnia. I liked the books. The movies weren't all that great. You haven't vaped in a while. That's because I quit when I moved here. When I moved here, we had no electricity because a tornado had torn through the town and missed my house, my neighborhood, for the most part. Some of the houses in this neighborhood got severely damaged by straight line winds, but we were without power for like 4 or 5 days. And so, I couldn't get on the internet to go order me new bottles of vape, because I only vaped one very specific flavor, and you can't buy it in stores. You had to order it off the website. And so I had no way to get vape juice. And so I was like, well, this is a perfect time to quit as any. And so I quit cold turkey. My parents have a home in the Tampa area. Yeah, I used to live in the general Tampa vicinity. At one point, I lived in an apartment complex a few blocks up from the Buccaneer Stadium. And at one point, I lived way north of Tampa, in the same town that Solid Rev currently lives. No, I didn't like Gigi Allen. Little Havana in Miami, yeah. Yeah, the only time I ever went down to Miami is when I had to do an install. And I stayed in I always stayed in a Hampton Inn that was right up from the airport. I want to say it was on Lejeune Road or something like that, but it was a Hampton Inn, and there was a Bennigan's restaurant in the parking lot. And so when I'd get home from doing the install, get to the hotel, I'd walk across the parking lot and order Bennigan's to go and take that back to the hotel room. Of course, Bennigan's doesn't exist anymore, but that's what I did. Oh. All right, guys, let me lean back for a bit. I'm starting to hurt. Rockford Files. Freddy versus Jason has a great... Yes, it does. Yes, it does. What do you think about that character in Freddy versus Jason that's such an obvious ripoff of Jason Mewes from Jay and Silent Bob? I think they wanted him to be in it, but he ended up not doing it, and so they just put in a Jay look and sound alike instead. I've heard Kevin Smith talk about it. Bro, I used to go to that same Bennigan's all the time when I was a kid. Yeah, I worked for a company that installed computer learning labs in elementary schools, high schools, and colleges all over the Southeast. And in around November 2001, the company I was working for transferred me to their Florida contractor. Up to that point, I've been doing installs in North and South Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia and Alabama, and Mississippi. But they transferred me to the contractor that they dealt with for Florida, and so then I was doing exclusively Florida installs. And so I did computer learning labs in high schools in Miami. I remember going to one where like it was almost like going to a prison. It's like all the rooms had scan badges that you had to scan to get in and out of the rooms and stuff. I remember I went walking into that computer lab, and they were all sitting there playing illegal ROMs of Super Smash Brothers for the N64. And so, I was having to do the install while all of that was going on, which wasn't the easiest thing, because they didn't want to give up their Smash Brothers so I could install that software. But anyway. Freddy versus Jason was I liked it. Yes, it could have been better, but I liked it for what it was. Do you like Halloween 5 with the... No. Favorite Halloween films? The original one. That's it. That's the only one I like. The lady who dived in the lake in Jason's dream at the opening. What about her? 7th, do you work with Linux servers? I've had training in it, but I don't have to work it. I don't do that. No, I would be what you consider a software analyst. My degree was in network engineering, but that's not what I currently do in my career. I do software analysis. Isolating issues, coordinating with other teams to get things fixed, some data analysis, reviewing reports and going over data results and providing those to people, and account creation and management for different systems and security stuff. That's what I do. You going to watch Gamescom? No. Did you ever go to James Ames Bright Elementary School? I don't remember the names, man. I did schools all over Miami. When are you going to remove the Streamlabs meter and replace it with a Super Chat meter? When I figure out how to do that. when I figure out how to reconfigure the meter to go by Super Chat instead. I didn't actually set any of this up. 8th set it up, so I have to go back. And I know I'm talking about I do software analysis, and then I'm saying my son set up these widgets for me. I'll have to go in and figure out how to do it. I'll maybe sit down and try to do that tomorrow, maybe. In the meantime, I can just hide it. If you had the money, would you go to Tokyo Game Show? If I was going to go to Tokyo, it would not be to go to a gaming convention. So no. If I had the money, I'd definitely go to Tokyo, but I wouldn't go to it for a gaming convention. What was your favorite console launch? Oddly enough, I think it was the Dreamcast. There was just a lot of excitement about that launch. And there was just really something kind of... I know it sounds lame to say it now, but there was really something kind of magical about that launch lineup that they had. And how good the games looked compared to what we've been used to with PS1 and Saturn and N64. The games looked like arcade games, and it was just really impressive. And I can remember there had been a hurricane that had come through right around when not somewhere in the range of when I bought the Dreamcast. And so I remember having that whole weekend off because the center had lost power and everything, so there was no point in me being there. And so I got to... We and my apartment complex still had power, but they had lost power at my office. And so I got to spend this whole weekend just playing Dreamcast. And I didn't have a whole lot. I had Sonic Adventure and NFL 2K, and I think Trick Style were the 3 that I initially had. And I just had a blast, man. I just played it all weekend long. A Love Hotel in Japan, maybe? Huh. Go over there and find me a 40-something-year-old geisha? No. Certainly not going to fly one of my Texas FWBs over to Tokyo just to use a Love Hotel. No. Egg Foo tour bus? How about Egg Shin's tour bus in Chinatown? Six Demon Bag. Hollow, F it. Oh my, we have 45 minutes left to go, folks. 45 minutes left, $38 short of extending it by another hour. When was the last time you played Pac-Man or Space Invaders? It was on the arcade cabinet back there. So this year. A few months ago. You prefer Okinawa over the mainland? Okay. I haven't been to any of it, so, you're already a step ahead of me. Bruh. Raymond Thicklin. Bruh. What are you bruhing me about? What are you bruhing me about? What about Margot Robbie? What about her? He shot the Tech 9 in the ceiling, dropped on his head, and got knocked out. Yes, that was Jack Burton. You leave Jack Burton alone. He showed great courage. Did you ever download Dreamcast games and burn them on a CD-ROM? Oh, I had a whole box of pirated Dreamcast games because I didn't make a lot of money back then. And I had a lot of games I wanted to play, but I couldn't afford them. So I downloaded them off of news groups and burned them on the CDs. Didn't even need a boot disc. Didn't even need a boot disc. They were self-booting. Yeah, I had a whole crate about that long, full. Dreamcast. I had just about the entire library. I mean, I had legit ones that I bought. I had maybe, at that time, 30, 35 Dreamcast games that I'd actually purchased. And then the rest of it was just this big, long box of burnt games. Hi, Smithy. One of the few John Carpenter movies I like. I like the original Halloween. I like The Thing. I like The Fog. I like John Carpenter's Vampires. And I like Big Trouble in Little China. That's pretty much it. Oh, and They Live. I like They Live. Almost forgot They Live. Travesty. How could I forget that? Favorite Jennifer Connelly movie? The Rocketeer. Of course. I'm not big on Assault on Precinct 13. Not big on that one. Favorite Saturn game? Dragon Force. Dragon Force. Love Dragon Force. That's why I liked Unicorn Overlord so much. It doesn't really play like Dragon Force, but it reminded me of Dragon Force. I feel like the people that made Unicorn Overlord were fans of Dragon Force. Because there are, like I said, it doesn't play exactly like it, but there's lots of similarities there. Well, that's your opinion, Soul Drift. That, however, is not my opinion. You were the reason why they stopped making consoles. Me? Why am I the reason that Sega stopped making consoles? I had nothing to do with it. I bought the dang thing. I bought over 30 games for it, physical. And then the rest of them I downloaded off of news groups. But, that still didn't mean that, I didn't buy them if I found them, for a good deal. Because, I wanted to be able to display them. I wanted the case. I wanted the manual, etc., etc. But if I just didn't have the money, it was hard to resist just going and downloading it, Watch Yellowstone 1883 and Yellowstone OG Kevin Costner. Oh, okay. What PlayStation system really turned you into a PlayStation fanboy? Well, I was never a PlayStation fanboy. I was a PlayStation enthusiast. Because again, I was a Saturn guy until Saturn ceased production and I switched to PS1. Then I went back to being a Sega guy when the Dreamcast came out, and I didn't buy a PS2 until it was announced that, Dreamcast wouldn't be continuing on. I didn't get a PS2 when it launched. I got it like the following January or March, like 2001, somewhere in there. I waited till it became obvious that the Dreamcast wasn't going to survive the PS2. Crazy Taxi was fun on Dreamcast. The main thing that wasn't all that fun on Dreamcast were first-person shooters because it only had one analog stick. Escape from New York is okay. I'm not like a super fan of it. Even less so Escape from LA. And I don't like Ghost of Mars at all. I saw it at the theater, and I felt like I'd wasted my money. That movie was so low budget and so boring. Best Kurt Russell movie is Tango and Cash. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Do you think PlayStation will ever give up on trying to create the next Fortnite? I certainly hope so. Certainly hope they'll give up on that. I agree. Sly 2 was better than 3. 3 just felt, I don't know how to put it. It felt cluttered. It felt cluttered. It felt like it had lost the balance between platforming and stealth and was starting to lean too far into the stealth side. That's why I didn't like, I've 3 is the only one I haven't platted out of the originals. When they were re-released on PS3, I platted the first one, platted the second one, didn't plat the third one. Does The Office still hold up? Yeah, I still watch episodes of The Office now. Well, I don't watch them legally because I'm not going to pay for freaking Peacock. I wasn't a PlayStation fanboy. I was just the leader of the Trey Brotherhood. The Trey Brotherhood weren't fanboys. The Trey Brotherhood were trolls. We were trolls. The core members. Now, sure, some of the little hanger-ons that had, like 100 subs, some of those were fanboys. And some of the bigger ones were too. The Truth Setting You Free was a fanboy. I was a troll. El Presidor was a troll. Solid Rev was a troll. Dumars was a troll. I was not a troll. Truth Setting You Free was. And there were some others out there that were. But most of us, like Wipeout wasn't a fanboy or a troll. He was just a gamer. He played a little bit of everything. Same thing with Acid Snake. Although Acid Snake leaned more into the trolling side of things than otherwise too. But yeah. Favorite buddy cop movie? Lethal Weapon. Yes, I like The Office. Bar Rescue. Sucker Punt rushed on Sly 3. They made it less than a year so they can move on to yeah. The Crumb Side versus the Trey Brotherhood. If the Dreamcast had come out instead of Saturn, it would have been more successful. Dreamcast already had everything stacked against it because of the Saturn. The Saturn's reputation didn't do it any favors. Yeah, it had a successful launch, but there was a lot of people and some businesses that didn't want to touch it because they remembered what happened with the Saturn. Was Titanfall Princess a troll? To some degree, yeah. But again, she wasn't even on the PS3 side. She was on the 360 side. Does Acid Snake still make videos? I think so, but not under that channel name. I don't know that I remember the name Drew's Day, but I don't know if I remember the actual YouTuber Drew's Day. And Treasy is a good stand-up dude. I like Treasy. Yeah, I don't agree with you on Wipeout. He was a little too laid back to be classified as a fanboy. Same thing with Hellhound 30X. A bunch of people thought he was a fanboy on one side or the other side, but he wasn't. We just had fun making people think that he was. You should do a live stream with I don't think El Presidor even remembers who I am at this point. El Presidor... I don't know what's up with Chuck. He's, I worry about old Chuck. He's a little bit older. He's 6 years older than me. 6 or 7 years. He's like 56 or 57, something like that. But I doubt that he even remembers who I am. I highly doubt it. That's what I'm saying, Soul Drift. Having a preference doesn't make you a fanboy. El Presidor does have a lot of cats. I bet his house smells great. Fred. Fred. Crap Gamer? I have no idea. I have no idea how he's doing. I know he still makes videos. What was the Xbox fanboy you used to go at it with? General MLD. He's still around, but he doesn't make videos anymore. He mostly just trolls on Twitter now. Or X, I should say. Did you like the Black Eyed Peas? No, not my type of music. Not my type of music, lads. I did favor the N64 and the GameCube, and then there's been PlayStation since. Yeah. Favorite 90s music? Mostly punk stuff. Descendants, Everything Sucks. Lagwagon. Slick Shoes. Value Pack. MXPX. NoFX. Bad Religion. You know. No Use for a Name. Lots of No Use for a Name. God, I listened to a lot of No Use for a Name in the 90s. There's still that Scotty guy who was a 3C. I don't remember him. I'd have to know what his screen name was. I wish I was around, from Mike Cassius. I wish I was around during the PS3 360 days. I was around for the Xbox One fanboys like the BGST crew and their orbiters. Yeah. Yep. Zaire. Next Gen 720. Who ended up jumping ship to PlayStation when his number started to tank, like so many did that generation. Agnostic Front. I saw Agnostic Front live. Haven't seen the Cro-Mags live, but I saw Agnostic Front live. I saw them at Punkorama 2000 in Jacksonville, Florida. And it was Agnostic Front, Straight Faced, the Voodoo Glow Skulls, and All, which all are the Descendants with a different lead singer. I was there to see All. I'd seen Descendants years before at the Warped Tour in Atlanta. So I was living in Jacksonville. I found out that All was going to be at that little Club 688 that used to be the milk bar where Limp Bizkit was discovered. And so I went, I took a date, and we went to Club 688 and saw Punkorama 2000. All did their set first, and while they were playing, I looked over at Stefan, the guitarist. I flashed my Descendants tattoo at him. He nodded. When they got off stage, he came and grabbed me. They went outside, and so I didn't even watch the other bands. I listened to them from the parking lot as I hung out with all night. Hung out with their bassist Carl. I helped them load their equipment up in their tow behind for their van. Hung out with Stefan. Hung out with Bill. I hung out with their lead singer Chad Price a little bit in the bar. I bought him a beer, and then the minute he got outside, he ran into a groupie that followed the band around on their tours, and he disappeared with that groupie, and he was gone for hours. They had to go looking for him. They found him in the bathroom stall of a bar a few blocks down the street, and she was seeing to him, you know. But yeah, we were it was so funny because we were standing out there, and Carl offered me some of his weed, and so I was standing out there smoking weed with the bass player for the Descendants, while the cops were like 30 feet away from me in plain sight of me, and we're just standing there, you know, right there leaning up against the tow behind for their van. It was something else. It was a fun night. And I was so satisfied with that performance. I didn't go see another live performance for 14 years, and that was to take 8th to see Def Leppard and Kiss. 7th, General Grievous versus Master Chief. Master Chief would wipe the floor with him. It was weird, even though I had a 360 and didn't get my PS3 until later. I was never a huge fan of the Xbox side. I rode with the Trey Brotherhood because you were YouTube's NWO without the shirts. We wanted to make the shirts, but nobody could agree on who was going to make the money off of them. And in fact, I had a T4L Trey Brotherhood style hat at one point. If you watch some of the old videos, I'm wearing it in a couple of the videos. But that was definitely something that we thought would be fun, but no one could agree on who was going to host the shirts or make money off of them. Tales of the $12,000 PC. Yeah, Calapes. Isn't Zaire yet? No, it was Scott. I don't know, Scotty something. 360 was Microsoft's last good console. They never recovered. You're not wrong. You never heard of the Descendants? The Descendants practically invented the modern pop punk style. When you listen to bands like Sum 41, Blink 182, SR 71, Newfound Glory, All American Rejects, that whole rebirth of pop punk that happened in the early 2000s, when you hear that style, they are aping the Descendants. Most of those bands had at least one member who was a fan of Descendants. So what you need to do, Alaskan dude, is go on YouTube and look up an album by the Descendants called Everything Sucks. Their older stuff is good too, but it's more of an 80s style pop punk. There is still some pop to it with a little bit of hardcore mixed in, but just trust me on this. Go look up Everything Sucks, listen to that album, report back to me next week. Who's more of a legend, Dusty Rhodes or Hulk Hogan? Hulk Hogan drew more money, but Dusty was more entertaining to watch. Do you think it's wrong to read or watch Rurouni Kenshin over Watsugi being... I don't know anything about that. Y'all got to remember, I'm not as big... I like anime, but I don't get as much into the particulars of it as you guys do. You know, I'm not familiar with like the lives or criminal records of every manga artist out there and that kind of thing. Dad saw AC/DC, his childhood band, at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland. Nice. Do you think NWO WWE was... No. That was practically NWO in name only because, you know, they had no power or stroke when they got back to WWE. I got addicted to All American Rejects song Night Drive because it was in Madden 06 and the Cars video game. Yeah, well, you know. Descendants, man. Descendants. Gears of War 1 was okay. Halo 1 and 2 is okay, but that is it. Yeah, I didn't like Halo past 2. I want to see 7th box Mike Tyson. You wouldn't be seeing it for long. I'd go down on the first punch. I already know. because he was told that match that he did with Jake Paul, total work. That was a total work. That was a scripted fight. He wanted that check. No, I'm not a big fan of a horse with no name. Ever seen any of the Stone Cold Steve Austin movies? Not The Condemned? No, Condemned is the only one I've seen. I mean, I saw him in the remake of that Adam Sandler prison football movie, The Longest Yard. I saw him in that. Who's ruining their career with the WWE the most right now, The Rock or Hulk Hogan? Well, it's certainly not The Rock because he's on the board. By definition, it'd have to be Hulk Hogan. We're down to the last 20 minutes, folks. 20 minutes left, $38 short of going to midnight. We will not extend past midnight if $38 come in. What's your take on the art over the artist debate? I'm not even aware of what that debate is, and I don't want to know what it is because that kind of thing doesn't interest me. I have no interest in that. Clean frame. No. Are you talking about separating the art from the artist as far as like being able to appreciate art even though it was someone dastardly, like, for example, being a fan of Jeepers Creepers even though its creator was a PDF file? Happy Gilmore 2. Hopefully it's good. I think it will not be great. We'll see. I have no confidence in it either because it's Netflix and it's old Sandler. It's not young Sandler. So, I don't have any confidence in it, but I've been surprised before, so we'll see. We will see. Why is Hulk Hogan so stupid right now? Well, he's always been this way. He just, he wasn't as public about it back then because he had an image to uphold. He doesn't have that image to uphold anymore. He's still pushing the whole. He's now pushing the whole born again Christian thing, supposedly. But all of his shady behind the scenes dealings and everything that went on with Bubba the Love Sponge wife and all of that is out in the public record now. So he has no, and he's not, he can't wrestle. He's crippled. All he can do is endorse stuff. But all of that is already out in the public domain, so he has no reason to try to hide any of it at this point. He couldn't if he wanted to. Did you like Titanfall 2? I liked what I played of it, but I didn't play much of it. What if Contra had its own movie? That would have only been good if it had been made like in 1989 and had Stallone and Schwarzenegger in it. Too late for that now. Maybe that could be made in AI. Maybe that's what AI should be used for when it comes to movies, is to only make things that would be literally impossible to make through normal filmmaking methods. So, a 2-hour-long movie based on the video game Contra starring Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone in their 30s. Go. I mean, sure, you can technically do that now with special effects, but it would take millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, whereas, it would take AI hardly any cost outside of, server costs and, a couple of hours to make it. Within 2 years, it's going to be able to make that whole movie just by you asking it to do it, with music and lines and everything. Do I agree with it? No, but that's the only reason why. That's the only scenario where I would think it would be a good thing, is to, especially if like those two actors had passed away, is to make something that's literally impossible to make as a traditional movie. Yes, Hulk Hogan did the leg drop so much that he lost like 4 inches of height from it because it compacted his spine. So he's like 4 inches shorter than he was when he uh, started working for WWF. And that was one thing I noticed about Roddy Piper. You know, when you watched videos of Piper versus Hogan, you know, Hogan was taller than Piper, but when I met Piper, he was the same height as me. And I'm like 5'9" in boots. I'm like 5'8" barefoot. And Piper was my height. He had shrunk from old age. Narc the arcade game was great. Narc on NES, not so great. I already know about the Sly Cooper movie that never happened. It was uncanny seeing computerized Peter Cushing over an actor in Rogue One like they brought him to 2016. Yeah, but like seeing that Google AI and the video production that it can do in 8-second clips, some of that you couldn't tell from a real person. It's scary how fast it's advancing. You know, Judgment Day is coming, y'all. Oh, the newer Narc. I want to say I played it. I don't have any memories of it, but I want to say that I did play it. I think I did. I don't remember much about it, though. What if Siphon Filter had its own movie? Well, it'd definitely be kind of Bondian, you know, halfway between James Bond and Jason Bourne. It'd be interesting. It'd be interesting. But it would also depend on who made it. It'd definitely depend on who made it, how close it stayed to the source material, etc., etc., etc. Man, my back. AI is now being used to bring old photos to life, like moving photos in Harry Potter. Yeah, it's a shame I don't have any pictures of me, like in arcades or stuff like that. I could use that for making some of the videos that I want to make. AI videos can't tell fake from real to lead people. Yes, judgment indeed. Yeah. Yeah, Cyberdyne are on their way, folks. Cyberdyne are on their way. Why does Ubisoft suck at making games? They've lost their way. How else can you describe it? Now come to think of it, hard to think of who would play Gabriel Logan. Resistance as its own movie, maybe. That could be fun. Do it in a sort of... You could do it kind of like... What was that movie, that Invasion LA or whatever, where it was an alien invasion in Los Angeles, and it almost was done in a sort of a found footage style? If you did Resistance that way, I think that would be pretty cool. Or do it in a style like that Superpowers movie Chronicle. That would be fun. Like the whole thing was shot from the point of view of like an embedded news crew that were following Nathan Hale around, you know? That might be fun. Ever watch The Chosen One? Do you mean The Chosen? The Jesus show? It's called The Chosen, not Chosen One, if that's what you're talking about. And yes, I've watched it. Killzone is its own movie. I don't know if it could be done right. Depends on the director. Yeah. Because you couldn't do it in a Starship Troopers kind of way because it's not a satire. It's not meant to be amusing. And the Starship Troopers book wasn't that way, but now because of Paul Verhoeven, that's what everyone thinks of when they think of Starship Troopers. Yeah, Battle of Los Angeles. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Had a crappy video game tie-in too, but the movie was pretty decent. You could do it in that kind of a style, Resistance. So it would almost be like watching make it like watching old World War II news serial reels. Make the whole movie like that, but in color, of course. I mean, we're already talking about alternative history, so you could just make. Well, they had color cameras already by then. Which they had color movies already, I think. I think color had debuted by the... Well, no. I don't think color had quite debuted by the time World War II was over. Do you think AI is close to an anti... No, because it said it'd be a living man that people would worship as a god. The Chosen, as far as its depiction of strictly the gospel, is accurate, but to be able to flesh out the characters and whatnot, they have to come up with scenes and scenarios that aren't in the Bible, just so to help develop the characters as human beings. So, but as far as when they depict actual scenes from the Bible, those so far have been pretty accurate. All right, guys, we're down to the last 10 minutes. 10 minutes left, $38 short of extending. They were putting colors in 1925. They were doing color movies in 33. Mystery of the Max Museum was color. The original well, learn something new every day. I'm thinking of all the Abbott and Costello movies were still in black and white, what have you. Tarzan movies of that era, black and white. Casablanca, that kind of thing. Killzone the movie may have to look like a mixture of Stargate SG-1 and Terminator Resistance when it comes to weapons and board. Well, I mean, we're talking about things that most likely will never happen anyway, so. Why not blue sky it? Why not? I don't think so, Alaskan dude. I don't think so. Which that's fine. That is fine. Not every stream has to be a 6-hour stream. I'm always happy to do them when people pay for them to happen, but I'm okay if they don't happen. It just means it'll take that much longer to do the game room tour, because it'll take that much longer to get this table, and we're not doing the game room tour video until that table is in this house and installed. Nope. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. What you see behind me is all that you will see until that table is installed up there in that room. Now, I've posted some pictures of what 8th's game room looks like upstairs, but you're not going to see his computer room, you're not going to see his tabletop gaming room, you're not going to see his workshop, you're not going to see any of that, and you're not going to see any of this in greater detail than what you're seeing behind me now until that table is installed up there. Where's your cowboy hat? It's over there somewhere. I did not go to see the Uncharted movie. I waited 2 years after its release, and it feels like a loss of time. I don't remember if we went to see it at the theater or not. I really don't. I didn't hate it, but I didn't, I wasn't in love with it either. You may have talked about it, but I hope the Superman reshoots and trimming make it less James Gunn jokey and a little more sincere. Let's hope so. Han Solo versus Nathan Drake. Han Solo. It's a decent movie. Color was expensive. Hell, they were experimenting. Okay. If Resistance and Killzone had their own movies, they'd have to be rated R. They'd find a way to make them hard PG-13. I would like them to be R, but if they actually got made, they'd end up PG-13, and then, you'd get the unrated 4K edition. You know it, and I know it, and the American people know it. 7 minutes left, folks. 7 minutes left. $38 short. Yeah, I didn't get Mark Wahlberg either, and honestly, I don't care how old Tom Holland is. He still looks like he's a teenager, and his voice is simply too high-pitched for Drake. Did I ever go camping? No. My dad wanted me to go camping, but I didn't have any interest in it. The most my dad could ever convince me to do was go fishing with him. I wouldn't go camping. I was too much of a kid that, was into his tech and into being in his own world, I would go and hang out with friends, sure, but the vast majority of my time, I was in my room with the door closed, just being in my own world, writing, making stuff. I was big into art when I was a little kid. And, I had every kind of crayon and magic marker and clay that you could imagine. I had an art desk, and then, of course, eventually I kind of got out of that. I transitioned into doing kind of like graffiti. I do like graffiti, and not on walls. I'd draw it on paper. And I would do comic book renditions of characters. People would pay me to take a little column, a little panel from a comic book that was that big and draw it full size, that kind of thing. And but I was always kind of just off in my own little world type of deal. And so when I got to be a teenager, I moved down in the basement to get even farther and had bigger world, And that's kind of like, this is a recreation of that, only it's much bigger and elaborate than it was when I was a teenager, because I have a lot more money. Did you ever see Brazil? I saw the theatrical. I haven't seen the other versions. Do you think the Uncharted films are going GTA? Well, there's only been one so far. And right now, I have my doubts as to whether a second one's going to get made. I'm curious to see what's going to happen with this Voltron movie that Henry Cavill just wrapped production on. They're saying that they made it to be something that the diehard fans were going to go nuts over. I want to see how far from the original designs this thing's going to end up looking. And, is it going to take place on planet Eris or is it going to take place on Earth? Because I feel like they're going to change a lot. And they're just not willing to say it right now. We'll know in a year or so, I guess, because it's going to take them a year to do all the special effects for it. Last minute save from Jar Jar Binks. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're down to 4 minutes, folks. 4 minutes left. $38 short. Do you think we'll get a Half-Life movie? How are we going to get a Half-Life movie when we can't even get an official Half-Life 3? All we can get is Half-Life Alyx for VR. I mean, the only reason you're getting another season of The Last of Us is because season 2 only covered half of the second game. Oh. Have you ever heard of a punk band called Left? No. Never heard of that. You should look up a punk hardcore band called AC. I'm not going to tell you what AC is short for, but you should go look that up. Do you think the new Superman film will be a success? I hope it'll be. But I know Gunn was trying to make it more faithful to the comic books, and there's a possibility that he leaned a little too far in that direction. You know, if we end up seeing Grodd, the intelligent gorilla, or Mr. Mixelplix, or something like that, I think that might be a bridge too far for people that haven't read comic books and just like superhero movies. We'll see. No, it's not alternative current. I'm not saying it live. You'll have to look it up. AC. One minute left. No one's swooping in to save the day on this one, folks. And that's fine. 5 hours is fine. It's all good. It's all good. But we'll ride that last minute because I'm a man of my word. A.C. Both of the words represent orifices of the human body. A.C. The C is the same word as see you next Tuesday. Anyway, it's 11 o'clock, and we did not get the additional $38. So this is where we're going to have to part ways. It's been a fun 5 hours, and I appreciate everybody that's donated tonight. Richard, Max, Darkstar, I appreciate you. And who, Living Legend, who for some reason isn't showing up on the list, but I know he did. So I appreciate everybody that donated. Eighth really appreciates it. And I will endeavor to be back next week. Be thinking about what you want me to talk about, what you want to ask me, and I will see y'all then.